Good morning. Welcome to the Tennessee Certified Trainer Committee meeting. Today is January the 28th, 2022, and the time is
9:03.
9:03. I'm Cody Vest, the Executive Director. We'll move on now to the roll call. Curtis Brown.
Here.
Dustin Madison.
Here.
Jack Bird.
Here.
Leroy Ferris.
Here.
Frank Gaddis.
Here.
Blaze Lane.
Here.
Angel Rodriguez.
Here.
Donald Gregory. January Farrell. Frankie Lax.
Here.
All right. Let the record show that Donald Gregory and January Farrell are not present, but we do have a quorum. Thank you. Now I'd like to move down on the agenda for adoption of the agenda. Do I have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Who's second? Bird, okay. I have to write that down. Okay. We have a motion to accept the agenda by Frankie Lax and a second by Jack Bird. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes have it. Next thing on our agenda is the adoption, the approval actually of the minutes for December the 17th, 2021. Did anybody have any corrections that they didn't send to us? Not seeing any? I'll take a motion to
Motion to approve.
Second.
Was that Curtis?
Yes.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Frankie Lax and a second by Curtis Brown. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. All right. Now we're going to turn the meeting over to Jeff Winfrey.
All right, good morning, everybody. I'm glad that we had good weather and y'all were able to make it out this morning. We have really quite a bit to look at, and the little key that I gave you has the information that's on there. If you look under today's date, you will see a folder labeled for today. When you look under that, there are subfolders in there, and I've just labeled them armed, unarmed, and marksmanship. And the unarmed, we've pretty much finished with that. You all have approved. You have we've approved the exam. So that 50-question test is on there. There's an instructor version of that test. There's a student version. The instructor version is answered, and it also has reference to the slide numbers in the presentation. So if you're teaching that and somebody questions, are you sure that's the right answer, or where was that located, or whatever, then you can look at that question on your copy, and it'll tell you what slide that answer comes from. And then you can go back and review that slide with your student or whatever the case may be. The outline is also there. So I've talked about envisioning somewhere down the road to have an instructor guide that goes with all this stuff. And so that's what that represents. Then if you click on the armed folder, inside that folder you will also see the presentation, which I have up on the screen. Of course, now it's still a draft. It's not, we haven't voted on it yet. But the 50-question test is also there, an instructor version and a student version. Again, the instructor version has the answers and a reference to the slide where the answer comes from. And then I went ahead and worked on a marksmanship version of the course. Blaze sent me something yesterday kind of late, and I really didn't figure out how to include that yet, but we can show that later today maybe. But it's just a draft version. I I basically built something similar to what I did when we worked with TWRA. Basically, it's a 50 round qualification that includes different types of stoppages. Hopefully, using dummy rounds to simulate a stoppage. How do you fix it? And it needs to be done during the qualification so that they know what to do if they run up on a problem, when they're shooting. So I put that together just as it's a draft, and it's just a skeleton just for us to work off of. If we can get to that, maybe after lunch we'll look at that. But we'll concentrate mostly before lunch on the current presentation. The only thing I know to do is to kind of go through it a slide at a time, but we're going to go pretty fast. So it's not going to be. I'm not going to be teaching you all the course, but we will just kind of go through it. And if you see a slide that you think, well, that just doesn't make sense the way it's worded, or anything like that, we'll take a. Hopefully, Miss Megan will take a note. I think you all have met Megan. She's one of our administrative assistants. She's Cody's assistant. And if y'all remember Shauna, she took Shauna's place after Shauna left. So appreciate her being here. Mark Amick, he's our administrative manager. He's here listening in today to make sure that we're doing everything correctly. Right.
That's right.
So, can you hear me? Okay. So I have. We're just going to go through this presentation, and like I said, if you see a slide that sort of doesn't make sense or whatever, then we'll make a note of it, and we won't go through. Well, we will try to look at most of the slides. There is a shotgun section in here and I make a note that it's optional. Obviously, most of y'all said that you don't have that many folks that you train in shotguns, and if that's the case, you're teaching a class today and there's nobody there qualifying with a shotgun, you're going to skip that whole section. There's no, a gun's a gun, sort of. And so if they're not shooting that, then we're just going to move on. So this is our opening slide. Looks just like the one for the unarmed portion. And it just gives reference to what it is. It's 8 hours. And the statute that calls for this kind of training is referenced here as well. We talked about this slide. We want to establish right off the bat that if you're a student in the class, you are not to have any live ammunition on your person. We do not want live ammunition in the classroom. Even as an instructor, if you're going to bring ammunition into the classroom to demonstrate, it needs to be dummy ammunition. So you can, non-functional as far as shooting. I think it's sometimes referred to as action-proving dummy rounds or whatever. It works, cycles through the action. Surprisingly enough, that stuff's expensive. Do y'all use that in your class? Most of you already have that. I was looking through my NRA magazine the other night, and there's a place in there where you can buy it. It's just called dummyammo.com or something like that. And 4, 5, 6 rounds is like $20. So, I'm a reloader, and I've got dies and brass for most of the calibers that we use. And I would just make some myself, leave the primer out or leave the old primer in there or whatever. Drill holes in the side of the case where you can tell it doesn't have powder in it. But they've got some that are able to be purchased. But we definitely need to be using that in the classroom if you're not. I'm big on muzzle control. I know that all the states that surround Tennessee including South Carolina, Florida, U.S. Virgin Islands, and Puerto Rico, as part of a federal system that gets funded for hunter education. There have been millions of hunter education students taught that the number one rule, number one commandment for firearm safety is watch that muzzle control. So I'm big on that. You know, I can tell you it's unloaded. I can tell you I don't have my finger on the trigger, and I can tell you whatever. But I'll bet you don't want me to. If this is my gun, you don't want me to be telling you that while I've got it pointed in your face. And if I'm doing that, what's the first thing you're going to tell me? You're going to tell me you need to point that muzzle somewhere else, right? That's the first thing you're going to think if I'm standing here talking to you like this? Well, yeah, you may retaliate and then tell me that, but it's a little late at that point. But so muzzle control is very important, and I'm very adamant about that. And I just go a little bit further into it. Yes, you always should check. Yes, you should keep your finger off the trigger. Yes, you should keep the safety on if it has a mechanical safety. But while you're doing all of that, you've got to have that muzzle pointed in a safe direction. You would not be pointing that at somebody while you're going through all these checks and balances that we go through for safety. So make sure the muzzle is under control. Now, as an instructor, you will decide how many times you're going to let a student cover you with the muzzle. And it's going to happen. Now, are you going to come unglued and shoot them or throw them out? Or, you got to think about that. But muzzle safety is very important. This was a slide I just like to throw in to just sort of educate, let people know. There's a lot of people who don't know where their county is in the state. Some people don't know what state they're in. But anyway, there it is. This is the slide where we just tell right up front that we're going to abbreviate Tennessee Code Annotated with TCA. And also we reiterate that any time that you see the language commissioner within this presentation, unless it's specified as we're talking about somebody else, we're talking about the commissioner of the Tennessee Department of Commerce and Insurance. And so I did that rather than write it and repeat it on every slide. We just tell you right up front. When you see that, that's who it is. I threw this in. I sort of borrowed this, and then I looked up on the internet to see who said it. A lot of different people are credited to have saying this, so it may be something that we can't use, but I think it's important to point out to somebody that, when the time comes for you to perform, the time to train has already passed. You're going to do something at that point. If you've been trained well, you'll respond well. If you have not, you may not. You will not. Poor training yields poor performance. And if we can't use that slide, I hope y'all can remember it and remind everybody that that's true. You need to train here today, because once you get out there and your services are called upon, you'll fall back to your training and you'll do exactly the way you've been trained. This is a course overview. It just sort of tells the student what we're going to go over today. And based on the statute, we're supposed to cover in 8 hours, section A, B, and C. A is the legal limitations of the use of a firearm. B is the handling of a firearm. And C is the safety and maintenance of a firearm. So that's the 3 main sections that we're going to be covering. Then we have the course goals. And if you go and look at that document that is on the key drive that I gave you, the document that states the course goals. This is just a repeat of that. Then we have learning objectives. And again, they reflect exactly the same thing that's written on that that will be part of the instructor guide. So as an instructor, you'll know what the goals and objectives are that you want to get across to your students. And they will know because you're going to go over this with them. And then we go in specifically what we're going to talk about in each section. And that's what these next few slides do. And then the first thing we do is we define, I mean, this is an armed security guard class, so we're going to define what is an armed security guard. And that definition comes directly from the statute, and that is the exact copy and pasted definition of what an armed security guard is. So you'll go over that with them. The next thing that's of importance is if they are arrested after they become registered as an armed or an unarmed security guard, they have 30 days to report that to us. Now, I had a certified trainer talking to me the other day. It tells me that nobody does that. Well, if nobody does that, then everybody's violating the law. And now I'm not going to argue who does and who doesn't, but I'm not an attorney, but I can read, and I know what that says. It says that you must report it within 30 days. Like it, don't like it. Nobody asked that either. It just says what it says. So you need to make sure you teach that. Not 10, not 20, not 50, 30. Yes, sir.
What is the response for that?
Well, they can be disciplined. Well, let me yield to Jesse. He can probably tell you a little bit more specifically, but
it depends. If
Is there a rubric or any kind of guide that we use to determine that the board uses to determine they're the commissioner?
I think we do well.
I think the important thing here is just like when we do a criminal history review. Every case we take it on the merits of that particular circumstance. So it's hard to give drive a nail through it.
I just wonder, like, as trainers or as business operators, like, if we could look at our staff and say, hey, you need to do this, but here's why you need to do this. Not only is it in the law, but you could face a civil penalty, a guaranteed penalty of $250, or you may potentially lose your license, or fill in the blank. And I wish that there was a way for us to not have it where I could say, well, it's kind of at the mercy of so-and-so. We would like to know, hey, this is the standard in which you're going to be graded.
I know there are certain other programs.
Yeah,
So, if you're looking
that gets
at someone-
expensive.
Right. So if you're looking at someone who's worked, unlicensed.
There is also a requirement that companies report when they've had a guard that has been arrested within 30 days as well. So,
But it doesn't say that. That was my next question. It says you must report to the
yep,
to the commissioner or the commissioner's designee and to the proprietary or the contract, but it doesn't say that a contract security guard company needs to verify that that licensee has reported. Right? Am I reading that wrong?
there's another statute. I have to look at the citation because I can't remember off the top of my head. There's another one that says that the organization has to report the arrest of the guard as well.
That's common sense, but to do that, but it doesn't say that there.
And I
but-
think it's a different statute that says the company reports as well. And I think it's similar to kind of how trainers are giving that form for the training. Even if you give the guard that form of their training form, that if you're turning in your training form, you kind of just let it there at that point. Say that, okay, well, I know that they're going to do what they need to do. I've done my part. I've done that report. Because we have had cases where a company has said, hey, this guard was arrested. We fired him. He was arrested on post for committing an assault. We've let this person go, but we're doing our duty to inform the commissioner. And sometimes that guard never reports. So, sometimes we're looking, not necessarily at the company in that situation. We're looking just at the guard. Sometimes we're looking at both because sometimes the company doesn't report, the guard doesn't report. So it's, and I can pull that citation if you want for the company as well, if you want to look at that. But I think for this training, we may not need to add that. I mean, unless you think that guards should be aware that their company has to report them as well, we can add it. But since they're not
I think
licensed-
clarifying details here would be prudent for teaching purposes, like referencing the 117 language as a reminder. So if they had that at a day, or they took their unarmed training, and that you cover that section another day or a month with somebody else, you
I can
reference
put that in the notes on this
For
slide
instance,
if you want to do that.
Any arrest that results in the conviction or arrest involving crimes, sale and manufacture of marijuana, all
Right.
that, the whole list of stuff that's in the statute.
And I'll add as well. There's another statute as well. It's not referenced there, but we could add it too. There's certain times where if you don't report your conviction within 30 days, your license is automatically revoked, and that's permanent. That's not suspended. That's revoked. There's nothing we can do at that point. You could make a new application for a new license, but we have had people who I've just without getting into all the details, I've told their attorney and said, your client has 30 days to report this conviction, give us a certified copy of it, or his license will be revoked. The attorney has never responded, and then we sent a letter to that person that your license is now revoked. That's something I think trainers, could be maybe in a good position to say, hey, this was in the training. You were under that duty to report this conviction. We trained you on this. It's in the statute, but that could be a good point to add as well.
Hard to hold people accountable for what they don't know,
Right.
especially on your end, on the state's end.
But I think that's a good point for the guards too, because you don't want your company to say, well, now we've got this person, they've been revoked, we weren't aware. Even if you reported the arrest or you reported the conviction to us, you may not be aware then if they don't send that certified copy and they're revoked, you're thinking, well, I didn't hear anything else, and then they're revoked at that point and put them on post. So I think that could be helpful to add there as well. I'll make a note of that.
Yeah, I've asked Megan to make a note too. Angel, you had a comment?
One of the things I'd like to bring up, just as we're going through this, Section A is intended to be 2 hours long. When I'm looking at the presentation, the slides, it's 112 slides for Section A, and what we proved out with the math in the first 4 hours was that 30 slides equals 15 minutes. So right now, that's what I wanted to bring up. We're at 56 minutes out of the 2 hours based on that calculation, so we got a lot of room to add things if we need to.
Well, and I want to say this too. I want to add what we need to add. Don't get me wrong, but I think one of the most important things that we're going to do in this course, we want to cover what's important. There's no question at all. But there's a lot of stuff that we need to cover, like holstering, unholstering, talking about that kind of stuff, and demonstrating, practicing. Because these people, you're going to have people that's never touched a gun before. You're going to have people that you wished had never touched a gun before because they've learned some really bad habits that you got to break in 8 hours. So we want to spend as much time as we can on that kind of stuff too. But your point's well taken, and I did go back and kind of readjust on the objectives. If you look at the outline, I did go back and readjust that, and I decided that we probably had devoted too much time. But that's something we can discuss and adjust as well. But good point. And I wanted to get with you and kind of let you help me with the number of slides and where we are and that kind of thing.
My only thought about this is, I think as trainers, we're going to have everyone, all walks of life coming in. We're not going to know who we have necessarily, and the questions are going to come up. So I'd like to be able to at least, if it doesn't go in this, at least kind of like the notes, like you said, or in whatever we get as training material, we need to have some kind of quick reference guide for us to be able to answer these questions. But also, kind of from the business side, if you do operate a PSO or you are operating a CSO, we need to be able to answer this as well. I know a lot of them don't know it, but like, what is the burden? I guess the question would come to that. What is the burden of one of these organizations to report it if they don't know it? Would we get in trouble subsequently if we didn't? I mean, obviously, if we didn't know, we couldn't do it if they told us.
That's true too, and that's one of the things that Jesse and I can't answer. If okay, the law says you're supposed to report it. Well, if you didn't know, and you can prove that you didn't know, or nobody else can prove that you did know, then that case is going to have a totally different outcome in court or in a hearing than it would be if you walked in and said, well, yeah, I knew he got it, and I just didn't want to report. I mean, so, there's every level of different things, and there's no way that we'll be able to produce an exhaustive list. But like you said, if you didn't know and nobody can prove it you did, then I don't think the department would be able to, assess a great big huge penalty for something that you didn't know about if we couldn't prove that you did know.
I don't want to get too much into that, but
Well, and that's what I'm saying. I mean, every situation is going to be different.
right. I think having the notes there to make sure that people are aware of it is what we need to do.
My last question, what was that you cited, TCA 117? What was the middle?
35 117.
It's in our statutes.
I think it's covered in the unarmed section.
Yeah.
Unarmed PowerPoint, and it's mentioned in the outline section of this one.
Now remember, this statute is loud enough without that. I said, remember, this statute says arrested, not convicted. A lot of people come back to me and say, well, I wasn't convicted, so therefore I didn't notify. That's not what it says. It says you have been arrested. Other than, what's that, normal driving offenses, I think there's a little clause in there.
Traffic offenses.
About traffic offenses, if you got a ticket or something like that. But it is the responsibility of the guard to notify the company and to notify the state. And then once the company is notified, it's their responsibility to notify us of the individual's arrest. You want to make sure that you do notify if it's nothing more than an email.
Question, do you believe if there would ever be any interest to develop that type of schedule for this board, like for not only the guards but also the organization, CSO or PSO, what does that process look like? Is that a rule change? Like, could we develop a schedule
a
for?
schedule of fees. Well, we have a normal schedule anyway. I mean, we say, sometimes, well, like Jesse said, might have been for failure to return a uniform, we usually charge like $100 in it.
I think to get to your point, though.
What do you mean we can charge people for not bringing their clothes back?
Yes, is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. So
Sure.
there's,
Who knew that in this room? Hold on. You all knew that we could charge them a fee.
No, I didn't say you.
wait.
No, not you.
Oh.
No, you're sending in a.
Well, I was getting ready to get hot.
You're sending in a complaint that Johnny didn't return his uniform. Personally, I think that needs to be taken out of the statute. And then it turns into a complaint, and then if he does not return it or respond to us, it's $100.
But we don't get that $100.
Okay, so what happens if they don't pay the $100 fine or?
Then it goes into
criminal charges.
disciplinary action.
I think there's a couple different things you can look at. I'll take your first question, Jack, because I think your first question was whether or not like a formal fee schedule or a penalty schedule could be something. I think that would come through a rule change because the statute does say that the commissioner is authorized to assess a penalty of up to $2,000. And when I've seen other regulatory boards or entities, it's in a rule typically where it says this statute 0 to this statute 0 to this. Typically, it still says even if it has like a it's recommended up to 500, it'll still say here's the times when we think that you should go above and beyond that. So I think if you had something like that, it would be a rule change. If anyone has any suggestions as to rule changes, certainly you can write to the commissioner and let him know. We obviously talk about rule changes internally here, but if there's something else that you see outside of it that you say, hey, I want to, put this over, the executive director said, you could always send it to the commissioner and they could look at it that way. So that's how that would have to be a change. As it relates to the uniforms, for a failure to return a uniform, that's in the statute if a guard doesn't return a uniform within immediately upon demand or within 7 days. And that could result in a civil penalty. We actually do have a formal hearings on the agenda for the calendar for Private Protective Services as a case that relates to that. That is in the statute. It is a violation. Typically, it comes from the employer when they say this person has been terminated, has not returned their uniform within 7 days. And they could go to a formal hearing if they don't pay that penalty. If they go to a formal hearing, typically, the judge will issue an order. They could set a penalty of $0 if they said we think it's a violation but no penalty. They could do that, or they could go up to $2,000 per violation. Again, that could also be a per day violation. So you could say you were fired in January. Your employer contacted you in February, March, April, May, June. Here we are 6 months later. You still haven't returned that uniform. We're going to hit you with 6 penalties because each time they contacted you. So that's something the judge could set in that case. And then they could also, looking at all that, if you don't pay a civil penalty, you could look at license suspension or revocation. So I know there's some of these things where we think, failure to return a uniform or...
It says uniform or equipment, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, because we issue all kinds of equipment.
Yep.
So
Or
any of that
We
equipment.
get badge pretty often. People will forget to turn in a badge. So I think when you're looking at things like that or the failure to report an arrest, I think there's a tendency that people could think, oh, the state's contacted. They said I forgot to return you. They said I forgot to report my arrest. That's not a big deal. Well, it could go into a big deal, right? Because that could be a large civil penalty. That could be license suspension. Could be license revocation. So I think the biggest thing is, there's also a statute that says that you're supposed to cooperate or write a written response within 20 days to a complaint. I think when we start to look at all of these together, providing that information or asking a question, if you have a guard who gets arrested, say they could contact, Cody Vest or someone else from her staff and say, hey, I was arrested for this charge. Is this something I need to report? I got fired from my job. I lost my uniform. I can't return it. What do I need to do? Things like that, we're always willing to answer those questions. And I think typically going back to Jeff's original statement, when you're being transparent like that with especially guards, we are in a better position to work with them than when it comes later and it's, okay, well, they didn't cooperate, they didn't return their uniform, didn't contact their employer. We start to look at all these things and think maybe they are a bad actor. Maybe they, are doing something nefarious with this badge that's out there. Because a uniform, you look at, well, that's not a big deal. But we do have people who are arrested in the state all the time for impersonating licensed professionals who are using a badge, whether it's a security badge or otherwise, and pulling people over and harassing them. And we had that 2 or 3 of those arrests within kind of the Davidson County area last year alone. So I think that when we look at these statutes, or the failure to report an arrest, if we've got someone who they're convicted or they've committed some terrible act, shouldn't be working as a security guard, did something on post that was terrible. That's why we want to know that.
So this is in front of the commissioner. This is not a court. This is This is not an ALJ or anything. This is in front of the commissioner. It's a hearing here, internal.
That would be in front of a judge, administrative law judge.
So to fine them would be that, but to take an action against a company is with the commissioner, correct?
It depends. It would be with the administrative law judge if it's through formal action.
That's basically the point I was trying to make. There's no way that we can answer that question definitively in every case, because it's going to depend on the merits of the case, the totality of all the circumstances, just like any other investigation that you might encounter out there.
Before we move on, let me just say one other thing on this, and some of you are with companies too, company owners or whatever. When I see these type of complaints, the individuals telling me, well, they charged and give me a copy of their pay stub, and it says state fee $150. Well, there's no such thing as a state fee of $150. So I get to looking into and they're being charged for that uniform. So they think they own the uniform. So if you're renting the uniform, you need to have them sign something that says, we're just renting you this uniform, because you've got to give it back. Because 9 out of 10 times they're telling me, well, here's my $150, or I've seen it high as $250 state fees. Because they're going to do the exam, or I guess they pay for them to go to you or whoever. So it's high sometimes, but that's included in that uniform. So if you're going to hire somebody and provide them a uniform, you might need to have some kind of legal document that says you got to return this uniform when you leave. Or we've just rented it to you, however. I've seen some of them say you even have to have it dry cleaned when you return it. That kind of stuff. I say all kind. Well, that really wouldn't hurt there if you've seen some of them uniforms. But I think we can move on, Jeff.
Heck is a win.
All right, so again, I'll add, I've got room to add something to that slide, and if it's as simple as ask your instructor, see notes below or whatever, and then I can put a ton of stuff down in the note section for you to dispense to them. But like to Dustin's point, you give your people a lot of equipment. If they leave with a Motorola Sabre portable that's a digital, $2,000. So
I use Motorola's for that fact, but
you hope that they take the uniform.
And they get an $800 radio. I mean,
yeah.
So
you hope that they take the uniform instead of the radio. So, but it would all work the same way. All right, so
that's kind of how when I teach, I discuss all of this, and like I discuss it in depth. For instance, I cover the laws, like in 117, or for this 120, I would cover it in class, and then I would give them real life. For instance, when this happens, if you were arrested for aggravated assault, if you get in a domestic violent issue with your wife, that is something, and you're arrested for, you have to report that. And if we know about it, we report it for you. I mean, I clarify it for them in real terms versus just the legal law.
I'll work on, and I'll put some notes on this slide. All right. So now we're going to talk about where the authority is that your guards can carry a weapon. and that comes from this particular statute, 125. It basically says if you're trained that you can carry a firearm, if they're certified to carry that firearm. So, and that's what most of you do. And we're just going to refer to this as the PPS Armed Guard Statute, and you can just refer to it as that. And that's because there was a question. I asked the question, and I cited the number, and Jesse's like, well, do we want them to know the number, or do we want to know that it's an armed guard statute that gives them that authority? So I just kind of changed that and put our own language in there, but this is where it comes from, and this is what gives them the authority to carry a firearm. Okay, what kind of firearms can they carry? Well, this is outlined. It's not in the statute. It's outlined in the rule. The main reason that we have rules is it's hard to change a rule, but it's easier to change a rule than it is a statute. And it's about a year-long process to change a rule. And you don't just walk in one morning and decide you're going to change it, and the next day it's different. So it takes a while. But so the rule is where we get what kind of firearm can be carried. And I get certified trainers calling me all the time wanting to know, well, this guy's got an AR pistol. He's wanting to qualify with it. Well, the first question I say is, what caliber is it? If it's a .223 or a 7.62 by 3.9 or whatever, the answer is no, because it doesn't correspond with the caliber listing. If the ATF says it's a pistol, I doubt if we have much of an argument with that. But if it's not the caliber that's legal, then it's not legal because it's not listed. So the firearms that we use is a 38, 32, 357, 9mm, 10mm, 40 or 45 caliber revolver, or semi-automatic pistol, or 12-gauge standard 12-gauge shotgun. And it does say or other firearm approved by the commissioner, but there are not any of those. Now, could the commissioner approve a different firearm? Yes, because it's written right there. Does he? No, he hasn't yet.
I'm just curious.
To my knowledge, he has been asked many times.
Well, Jeff, in that,
Well,
yes,
there's two caliber, or actually two cartridges that have been approved by name, and that's the 380 and the 357 SIG, but they're both 9mm, and I explain that here. What?
One more slides. One more. Okay, there you go.
Okay, this is where, I put that on there. So we have a slide just expressly for that. And I just happened to mention that right here, both of these use a 9mm projectile. And I'm pretty sure that's why the commissioner decided to go ahead and name that, because a 380 is known as a 380. And a 357 SIG is known as a 357 SIG. But, so they went ahead and listed it by the caliber or by the cartridge name. So backing up here, I was able to get my hands on a 32 auto. That was not easy to do. But here's the cartridges that we have approved. I brought up recently, talking to Blaze, what are you going to do if somebody comes up with a single action 454 Casull? It's a 45 caliber pistol. What are you going to do with that person? Or a 460 Smith & Wesson?
I'm going to tell them no.
I mean, have a serious discussion about the purpose of what they're trying to
Exactly.
accomplish.
And to Blaze's point, which I pretty much agree with him to a degree, but I think this is something that we may need to look deeper into. They probably won't be able to qualify under our qualification course because we're gonna have times and we're gonna have certain things that you got to do, and if you're shooting a 460 Smith & Wesson, which has got a 45 caliber bullet in it, you ain't gonna have time to deal with stoppages and get it reloaded, and you're going to spend all your time trying to get back down on the target because it's going to be recoiling and going crazy. But this is just something that the industry has run off and left us in the dirt on. They keep coming up with new cartridges, and just when you think they've invented everything they could invent, they come up with a whole new lineup of cartridges. New and improved, Magnum, this, that, and the other. So, but I think we can be safe to teach. If you have something that shoots one of these that's laying here in this picture, you're good to go. And so the way I staged the picture is this is the 32, and this is the 32. This is the data stamp that tells you what it is. This is a 38 special, and this is a 30. This is it laid down on its side. And this particular one is a plus P, and this 45 is also a plus P. And we have a section in there to talk about that too. But so you can point that out that, hey, this is a, if you have somebody comes to shoot and they've got a little $25 Saturday night special and they're shooting plus Ps in it, they may have a handheld pipe bomb, and you may get to watch it explode while they're qualifying. So you need to be aware of what kind of ammunition that they're bringing in to shoot with too. And you need to be teaching that if it's a plus P, you want to make sure your firearm is designed for that. All right. I just wanted to put some visuals in here. Just to kind of give people an idea. I mean, you talk about something and people don't have a clue what you're talking about. Well, a picture's worth 1,000 words. This is what the bore diameters are going to kind of look like. This 380 right here looks pretty big compared to the 357. Probably the closeness but it's just a picture, so you can talk about it or spend as much or a little time as you want to on it. I put a shotgun bore up there. This one has a screw-in choke tube. You're probably going to see that if they do bring a shotgun to shoot with. You may not. A lot of law enforcement style shotguns are going to have a cylinder bore, and it's not going to be equipped for a screw-in choke tube, but if it does, that's what it's going to look like. And then I even referenced here that there's more information about choke is found in the optional shotgun section, starting with slide 254. And as far as I know, that number is still correct. As you change the presentation, these numbers change. So if I have to change that, somebody point that out to me. This particular slide where we talk about the 380 and the 357 SIG, this is where I emphasize that the commissioner does not authorize rifles. Now, you're going to hear some people say, well, up at Oak Ridge they carry rifles. Well, those are federal contracts, and they are not part of what the state regulates. So and they're protecting radioactive material too, so I don't know where you all are doing any of that elsewhere. Yes, sir.
The only thing that I would add that may be somewhere else that I didn't see is just making sure that they're distinguished between ball ammo and hollow point, some self-defense rounds, and why they would want to carry that.
That comes up
later
when we get to that section. But yes, hold that thought, and once we get there, if y'all have something you want to add to it or whatever, but it is covered. Then we go on and talk about a little bit more about the firearm. you're able to carry that firearm as an armed security guard based on the armed security guard statutes. It has no affiliation whatsoever with the Tennessee State handgun carry permit. A lot of people think, well, I can carry this gun anyway. Well, if you're carrying it for the purpose of being a security guard, you have to adhere to PPS rules, which means you got to be registered, unless you're a law enforcement officer and you're exempt. So handgun carry is nothing that we work with. So you can just dispense all questions right off the bat. Any question you got about a handgun carry permit has no place in this class. It doesn't apply, period. End of story. And then you can move on to the next slide. This expressly says that if you're an unarmed officer or if you're hired in an unarmed position, you are not to carry a firearm even if you have a handgun carry permit. Again, back to what I just said, handgun carry has no place whatsoever in the PPS statutes. Okay, and here's a special note where if you have an armed security guard, you can assign them an unarmed position and they can work it, even though their permit says that they're armed. They just cannot wear their firearm, and that's going to be based on your client. If I'm your client and I tell you I want an unarmed guard to guard the food table, and you bring somebody in with a shotgun and a 45, then I'm going to go, well, this ain't what I paid for. So, but that armed person could come in without the weapons and work that unarmed post. Other weapons, and this is where we go into the less than lethal, or the non-lethal is what we still call it. The baton, stun gun, and chemical spray. And those are the only ones that we regulate. Any other one, now it does say that the commissioner can name other things. There's a statute that says the commissioner can, 120, TCA 162.35.125 says that the commissioner can authorize another tool. That language is in there. But these are the three that we currently regulate. Yes.
So I submitted that request for that to be added specifically for that to be a handcuffs as one of those things that are accredited, right? That's what I sent it to you guys. So what does the timeline look like on that?
I don't have any idea.
Does he, I mean, is it a 30-day, 60-day, 90-day?
I don't know when the commissioner will make a decision on that.
I just wonder if it's going to be after we did all this work and we had to go back and add, yeah. Is it going to be the next governor's race? I mean, are we going to be talking about, oh, yeah, we got to do handcuffs now? But
That's a good question. I think something that we've kind of become aware of is that maybe more of the industry is using handcuffs than the department has been aware of, just because it hasn't been regulated. And I think that it is a area or tool that is growing in usage based on the increase of private security across the state. So my assumption would be that it is going to be something that's studied and thought about in great detail to make sure it's done correctly.
And when that happens, if I ain't retired, I'll go in here and I'll fix the presentation. Otherwise, somebody else will do it.
it's our prayer that you're here. Not his, but ours.
I don't know how, like Jesse said, we don't know how long, there may be something, else that's taking up all his attention at this point. I wouldn't know. I absolutely would not know the answer to that. But right now, make no mistake, the only three we cover is baton, stun gun, and the chemical spray. That's what we regulate. That's what's in the language. So if it's anything other than that, we're not going to talk about it. These other type weapons, we don't even, you all as a certified trainer, you do not report those to us. If you train somebody to use a baton, chemical spray, or electronic control device, the contract security company or the PSO that hires that officer keeps that information about that training, and the individual officer who carries the device must carry on his or her person a card that says they've been trained for the use and the carry of that particular device. Okay? Sometimes there's some question about that, so you have a question? All right. And the rest of this rule just basically talks about it's 4 hours of additional training for each one of these. And number 3 talks about specifically about the baton. Number 4, chemical spray. Number 5, and we still call it a stun gun, but I think we probably need to call that an electronic control device, because there's, stun and taser. They are actually brand names, and there may be a few others out there. So if we just call it a collective term, it's probably going to be better. But again, that's going to require a rule change, which takes a little while. But we're aware of the need for that. Here's the rest of the rule. Security guard may not possess any type of weapon that is not provided for this rule while acting as a security guard. That's what I've been telling you. If it's not one of those guns or one of those cartridges that I listed on the screen or one of those 3, then they're not supposed to be carrying it, because the law doesn't allow for it. And just because the law doesn't say you can't do it, that doesn't automatically mean you can. Okay, and in this case, our law tells you what you can. So if it doesn't tell you what you can't do any of the rest of them.
So wait a minute. You're saying that we're all liable if they put handcuffs on and then we get sued? Like, you guys are going to say it wasn't authorized?
Yep. What we've been saying the whole time.
So the handcuffs, the most commonly used tool up here.
The commissioner has not approved handcuffing.
But
I think what you're
he
saying.
has not forbid the use of handcuffs.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Right.
So
So I think what
does every security officer have to be certified in an ink pen and a flashlight and everything that they use as their tools?
I think I guess where the question would be is, if it was asked, if someone said, well, was this person trained, say someone handcuffs someone who gets arrested for false imprisonment, and they sue the company, they sue the guard. I think getting back to what the point of it's not being authorized right now, I don't think that would be a situation where the state would be able to, I guess, testify, or someone would testify, a trainer would testify and say, well, that's not authorized by the department. I mean, you would still basically have to show, same thing as if someone used a baton improperly. The first thing that's going to be asked is who trained them, what training was given to that guard. So I think if you have someone with handcuffs, I mean, this is, talk to an attorney, because I can't give you legal advice on this. But I do think that if you are telling guards to carry handcuffs, you could still give them training on handcuffs, whether or not that is authorized or regulated or not. The question about whether or not it's in the statute would be more of, does that rise to the level of discipline for someone carrying handcuffs? And I think because it's not considered a weapon, that's why it hasn't been approved. So I think the question about adding handcuffs potentially in the future to one of these authorized weapons or tools, I think as we change and put tools, it would be more of a question of, okay, now that it's being regulated, now you would have to have that training. Because as it is right now, and I think there's a great Attorney General opinion that discusses it, there is liability that could attach there. And I think if someone's, especially once this training is out there, and say, well, the state didn't touch on handcuffs, why are you teaching handcuffs? I think that's a question that a trainer would have to answer.
Well, that's the problem, is we really can't answer it. I mean, for those of you that don't know, we have a huge lawsuit going on right now where the question has been asked, why didn't they put the man in handcuffs? Well, is it an affirmative defense for me to say because the state doesn't authorize the handcuffs?
I can't give you on that. I don't really.
Because at the end of de-escalation, so we're getting control and we're containing this problem and we're taking custody. We got 3 C's here. So in order to take custody, if we can't restrain him with a mechanical device, what would be the only alternative?
Sit on them.
And guess what that is? That's Whiskey Road, Nashville, and now I've got somebody that died.
Yep.
Well, and I can't talk about any legal advice on there, but as it relates to the question about whether or not it's in the statute, whether or not it's
Took over the
regulated.
day after.
As it stated,
I'm their manager now.
It's not currently regulated, therefore, that's a question about discipline. That's about a question that the state would have to look at to see could someone be disciplined for carrying something that wasn't authorized.
So your legal team would have to approve that for you, and it would rest solely on your shoulders.
I just saw the sidestep, the Olay.
Yeah.
Ha-ha. I mean, it's true, though, because there's nothing there to regulate it. And I can't point and say, yes, they absolutely should have done it, even though it is alluded to in the use of force continuum. I mean, even though that this, in all industry standards and practices, the use of handcuffs is probably the most common application of any of those tools. But I still can't use that as a defense now. So everyone that's out here carrying them has no legal right to carry them effectively. Is that?
Nothing prohibits it.
But except the civil liability that's coming, like the $20 million
Yes.
that we're answering.
Showing up at the scene, that everything is a civil liability to what you tell them.
And if we start authorizing handcuffs and you train them in handcuffs and you arrest somebody falsely, you're still going to be
Absolutely.
criminally and civilly liable for that arrest because it didn't meet muster. And it won't matter at that point. It's great that you trained them, but you still did it wrong.
I mean, it's actually bad that you trained them in some cases here, because the problem is whenever they apply them and they had I can't go back and point and say they were allowed to under Commerce and Insurance. There's not a certification for it. There's no accrediting body. There's nothing.
That's the point I'm trying to make.
I know it. It's killing me right now.
All right, so we're going to move on.
You're not alone. Me and HCA are having the same battle.
We need to talk. We just need to gather all of us together and go have drinks one night, and we'll invite you the next time. We got to talk one time to figure this out. We'll leave our pitchforks.
All right, so
Figure out a
next
way
we
to make it
have-
an industry standard.
But I think that's just to wrap that up then, and I think that's why the question about having the commissioner add it as an approved tool to the rule. I think that's something that if it is something that if anyone feels passionate about, I think asking the commissioner to consider it, because I think there's multiple reasons why, and you all as being part of the industry have a much better insight as to some of the pitfalls, some of the responsibilities that guards have, and some of the things that you've seen that I think could give the commissioner a better idea to say maybe this should be approved. Let's go ahead and add this. So I think that if something like that, handcuffs. I know Frankie Lax asked about an ink pen. I know there was. I'm not throwing you under the bus or anything, but I'm saying, but if there are other tools as well, that you would say, well, this is something that a guard is carrying, and maybe this does warrant a consideration. That's something to tell the commissioner to consider. I know you were maybe being a little bit facetious with adding ink pens, but there are other tools, that I think that guards could be using, that maybe we're not aware of, or that you're aware of as a trainer, or that are seeing. So if there are things that you think should be added, please tell the commissioner.
I do have one question while everyone's kind of on the topic. Since I've already written a letter to them, would it be okay if I presented that to these individuals and asked them if they were interested in signing on to it as well, and we'll resubmit that letter?
I can't if that's what you would like to do. I think as long as
Want to get together and send in their
I feel like there's a need, and we just happen to just hit that. Yeah, deal.
or if there's that's what I'm saying.
I got 2. I got 3. I got 4.
I mean, there's several things that,
Okay.
we can train and certify, like in traffic. I mean, I know we touch on traffic and training, but, as a company owner, I'm going to train to the specific client and stuff like that, even like, we serve court process. Well, there's that's something that we do ourselves and train and get authorization from the court system. So, there's just, I don't think that y'all could cover everything. And so But I understand his point about the handcuffs. So I'm training some of my men to carry handcuffs because sometimes we transport prisoners, and we have to use waist chains and shackles and all that stuff. So, I mean, I'm training them to use it. And so we're not going to transport, prisoners for the sheriff without using that stuff. So I'm training them and signing off that I've trained them as a, trainer. I've been through the training for that as an instructor trainer outside of this body for that. So, but I understand what he's talking about.
Well, and my whole point is, that's all good. It's just, if you ever want to hang your hat back on something here, there's not anything here. It doesn't exist. That's the only point I'm trying to make. Now, whether it needs to exist or whether it can or should, that'll be for somebody to determine. And maybe it should. But again, that'll be for somebody else to determine. And when it does, I'll put it in the presentation.
But I think council's clear here today by saying although the Department of Commerce and Insurance Private Protective Service doesn't authorize it, but don't forbid it. Is that what you?
I think the way that we're looking at it is based on the language of the statute. It talks about carrying authorized weapons. And I don't want to get too deep in the weeds on this, but I think that it talks about carrying authorized weapons, and if you are carrying handcuffs, that we would look at it and say, that's not a regulated authorized weapon, therefore we don't regulate that. So we would look outside the scope of that. But I think we could still look and say, if you used it improperly, if you had someone who is carrying handcuffs and improperly, not to talk about any arrest here, because obviously there's a failure or a duty to report arrest, but if you have improperly used a handcuff and detained someone, could that rise to the level of unprofessional or unethical conduct that would harm the public and lead to discipline? Absolutely. So I think that there are still ways that if you have you have someone using handcuffs and using them improperly, that could still rise to discipline. If someone's carrying handcuffs and they weren't trained in it, say if they were carrying a baton and handcuffs and weren't trained in either of them, we would discipline them for carrying the baton without being properly trained, because that's something that is regulated. As it relates to the handcuffs, that's not something in the statute saying that is regulated, so we would not look at that. And
I'm going to go back to the same comment I made 3 meetings ago, is that I don't care how you slice it. We've been teaching in the general training not to arrest folks, that your powers of arrest are that of the ordinary citizen. The moment you slap handcuffs on me, I don't care how you slice it, you've arrested me. And there's opinions to back that up. And if we're going to be teaching that as part of the curriculum, I think we're going to have to give them same type of post-police powers that a police officer would have, similar to South Carolina. So
that's a great point, and I really appreciate you bringing that up, because I think that's why we don't want to get too much into the training with that, because I think as soon as you have a guard who is carrying handcuffs, if someone sees someone carrying handcuffs, they're probably going to think that person's law enforcement. So I think we already have an issue there of thinking, okay, this person has a badge, maybe they're carrying a firearm, maybe they're carrying handcuffs, they're appearing to be law enforcement. As soon as they put those handcuffs on someone, they're going to say, I've been arrested. Are there defenses to that? Yes, but again, it's very narrow, and I think as soon as that person gets arrested or sued, who's that going to come back on? The company, the trainer, and they're going to say, well, they told me I could arrest someone. And I think you're absolutely right. That liability is going to go right back to the company and potentially back to the trainer. So I think if you are training in handcuffs, even if it's not regulated, if it's later added, that's a different story. But I think I would caution anyone with that, just to make it very clear in that training to say, this is a very dicey area that you could bring liability to yourself, to your company, and potentially to me as the trainer, not me, but you as the trainer. So I agree. I think I'd be very careful with that. But I still think it's, because this is something that is being heavily used in the industry, I think that it could be something the commissioner looks at. So I think, and just to, I know we talked about it before, but we can't talk about the portions of the training together outside of the committee meeting. I think that this could be something separate. So just if there was any type of discussion about handcuffs or anything, just make sure that it's separate from the actual training portion, just because there are laws about, having open meetings. So again, if you're discussing something that's outside the scope of a meeting, that's different. If you're getting together and playing golf and talking about, the Titans, that's different. If you're talking about something related to something outside the scope of the training, again, just be careful about that.
That's
You're taking their liberty.
the Attorney General's opinion is pretty
Arrest.
clear on that. That's one of the questions. When does a detainment become an arrest? And it's talked about in that opinion, and that's in our presentation in the note section of one of these slides.
I think most trainers here that I'm familiar with, they go through what a detention is and how law enforcement can detain you in the performance of their duties. A private citizen really can't detain you other than through trickery or something, and we tell them we don't want to do that. So if their liberty's taken away by handcuffs, they're arrested, I think, pretty much by Tennessee court decisions. They've been arrested. So that's, I think, am I speaking for most everybody what we're saying? So, yeah.
I really think we're just kind of in between the rock and the hard place. For example, if there's an ongoing assault and you don't stop it and you're standing there and you have an obligation to stop this, what's going on, if we don't use mechanical restraints, then how do we effectively stop it? I mean, we could use less than lethal. I mean, we can go through all of this, but at some point, we're going to prosecute what we've done, what they've done. Like, we're going to take our actions and we're going to say, hey, this is what happened. They committed the act of assault. Then what?
Unpopular opinion, you do not technically have an obligation to step in and stop it.
Let me
And
clarify.
we teach
My
that.
obligation to the clients.
We teach that in this presentation, that we don't have an obligation. And my question is, when do you call 911 and get some help out there that can arrest and detain and haul these people away?
Really first.
Can I make a motion for a break?
Well, I was trying to get to that, but we keep...
I'll second.
All right, let's break. Let's be back in about 10 minutes.
Not unpopular, I agree.
Presentation is carrying weapons back and forth to work. We have there's an Attorney General opinion that was issued many years ago with regard to this, and I have attached that entire opinion in the note section of one of the slides. And since I'm not looking at my computer, I don't know which one it is, but I'll try to figure that out. This one. So in the note section, so like if you're doing this presentation and you're using your computer, in the note section, the entire Attorney General opinion is there. And it just talks about, basically, it's okay for an armed guard to get in uniform and wear their firearm on their way to work, when they go on break, if they go down the street to lunch or get in the car and go to lunch or whatever. Because, technically once they leave that property where they're working, their authority to act as a security guard basically has ended. If I hire you to work at this podium, then when you go down the hall to somebody else's office, you're not at this podium anymore. So you're kind of out of your jurisdiction, so to speak. But the Attorney General opinion has backed up the fact that it's okay for you to carry your weapon to and from work and to and from your lunch breaks. And that whole opinion is on there. I would recommend you read it and be familiar with it. You can copy it off and keep it, just be familiar with it, because if somebody asks you a question, then you can answer that question with the answer that's given in the opinion. Now, your opinion may be different, and that's okay, but the AG opinion is the one we got to go with. All right, so here's where I want you to start talking about these people are going to have an ethical responsibility. If they're going to carry a gun and have the power and the authority to take someone's life ultimately, we hope that never happens. But we also know that it does occasionally happen. So we want to start talking about some things to kind of get their mind to thinking, get a mindset going, and we're going to teach them that using their firearms should be a very last resort, and ask them the question: are you mentally capable of using deadly force against somebody? Until you have to do it, I'm not sure you can answer that question. I mean, you can say absolutely yes, I can do that. But have you ever been in that position? If you have, then you might be able to answer that question. I was really, really close once, and I think I could have gone on with it, but I didn't have to, thank goodness. But that's just something that you want the people to think about. That get in their mindset. I talk a little bit here about the 21-foot rule, and we talk about that more in another slide. Then the question here: could you effectively de-escalate the situation? And what's going to happen if you draw your weapon on somebody? Is that going to de-escalate the situation? Not always. Yeah.
Didn't work out too well for him.
We're all familiar, very freshly familiar with a situation where something like that has just happened, and so that's a question that you need to be asking. And the real problem is there's not really a good clear answer. I mean, it's just like some of the questions that we've been asking today. There's not a real clear answer sometimes. There's not a black and white, yes and no. There's just so many factors that we just don't know about. So it's hard to answer the question the same. So then we go into the critical statistics. And this is set up where you can talk about each one. But basically, you gotta think about these kinds of things. It's going to take you. It should take you less than 1 second to decide. Oh my gosh, this is it. This is that time where I'm going to have to do this. That's going to take less than a second. More than likely, it's going to take place really close to you, about 6 feet, 2 yards. Can be real close. You can almost reach out and touch somebody at this distance. Is what we're talking about. There's going to be an average of 4.5 rounds fired. Well, that you can't fire a half a round, but you know how averages work. You'll have some wiseacre that's going to probably bring that up, but these 4.5 rounds are going to be fired on average in 3.4 seconds. Here's the real big thing that you need to hammer home with them. Accuracy is only going to be 17%. So that means out of 100 rounds that you fire, you're only going to hit 17 times. That ain't real good. If you think about that. Because the rest of those other 83 bullets are going somewhere, right? It takes a shooter about 1.5 to 2 seconds to take their weapon out of a holster. So it took you about a second to decide you were going to need to get it out. Then about 2 more seconds to get it out. Well, you're at 3 seconds now. The whole thing only takes 3.4 on average. It may be over with before you get your gun out of your holster. That's the way I'm a biology major, not a math major, but if you add it all up and shell it out, that's kind of where you are. And I think that's where we need to make sure we point that out. If you stand still, you have a really good chance of getting shot. If you're moving and shooting, your chances of getting shot are less, and even less chance of getting hit in a deadly spot somewhere in the torso. So if you try to seek cover and move while you're returning fire, you're better off statistically. You're not going to have a lot of indication that this is going to happen to you. 73% of the time, the first knowledge you have that there might be an attack is going to be the attack itself. It's like, oh my goodness, he's attacking me. It's happening. That's when you're going to know it. Shooting one-handed is a necessity. Two hands is luxury. If you're up close, more than likely you're going to be just shooting with one hand because you may be using the other one to push the person away from you or something. I went ahead and put this language back in here. Y'all can argue with it if you want to. But I call it a neutralizing hit. Some others in the industry may call it a combat effective hit. And the reason I put it back in there is because I have a reload that I talk about in the armed or in the marksmanship training. We call it a combat reload and I don't know what else to call it. So if we're afraid of the word combat, then we'll have to figure out something. The point that you need to make is if you shoot somebody, you don't want it to shoot through the edge of their jacket. That's probably not going to keep them from coming and cutting you or shooting you. So it needs to be some kind of hit that works, either neutralizes or whatever you want to call it. Here's where we'll talk a little bit about the 21-foot rule, and you can go ahead and tell them what that means. Basically, if a person has a knife, it's been shown that they can cover the distance of 21 feet, which is about 7 yards. They can cover that distance and stab or cut you with that knife before you can pull your weapon and defend yourself. So the first hint that you may have that you're going to get cut is the blade slicing through you. And you don't even have your gun out yet. So just make sure you point that out. And that's basically what number 14 tells. It explains that. And number 15 goes ahead and explains it as well. So if you're familiar with the PowerPoint presentation, you know what you need to say and talk about during that point. There are physiological responses to stress, the fight or flight syndrome. You can talk to them a little bit about some of the things that are going to happen just because that's the way the good Lord made the human body. And these things are going to happen. And it's very hard to combat those things and try to prevent them from happening. It's going to happen anyway, just simply because of body chemicals and your physiological responses. These kinds of things are going to happen. One of the last thing here talks about tunnel vision setting in, and when we get to the part where we do the shooting, I've got a little blurb in there about what you can do to help alleviate some of that tunnel vision problem. Can't do completely away with it though, because it's a response. I don't know, maybe a Navy SEAL or an Army Ranger might not get tunnel vision as bad, but it's hard to combat a physiological response, something that your body is designed to do. You know, you get excited, your heart rate goes up. It's hard to stop that. If you're a biofeedback expert, you might be able to, but it's tough. It takes 20 to 30 minutes to calm back down after all these things get started. You get all these hormones that dump into your system, and it takes 20 to 30 minutes for those to wear off and for you to return to a semi-normal state. So the big question is, what are you going to do in this kind of situation? You know, something happens, your body goes into the fight or flight response. What are you going to do at that point? You're going to have to decide, you know, is this that moment that they've trained me about? You know, we've already said that more than likely you're going to be assaulted before you have an indication that it's about to happen. It's like, oh man, this guy's trying to hit me or cut me or shoot me or whatever. We emphasize the 21-foot rule. They can cover that distance and get to you. Then you got to ask the questions, well, what happens if I shoot this guy? What happens if I shoot and miss and kill a 5-year-old? What if I shoot and hit him, but it goes through him and kills the 5-year-old? You know, those are some questions. Can I be held criminally or civilly liable? So there's some things that I think every person who carries a gun for a living should think about, at least at some point. And I don't know how you could not think about it more often than once. Then we'll go into the use of force continuum.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Sorry. When I was looking through the curriculum, I thought this, you remember when I said earlier we had some room to add some things? I thought this would be a perfect in between the force continuum and the psychological stress. If we could put something in there like we did for the unarmed curriculum about situational awareness, I think that's something that would be valuable to put right between these two sections.
Okay, so right before this slide, situational awareness, slide 46. Yeah, because, you know, it may be that somebody who's trained as an unarmed guard 6, 8, 10, 11 months ago, they had this information, but it wouldn't hurt to reiterate it here. If they just had it yesterday, probably wouldn't hurt to reiterate it here because some people don't pay attention as well as others.
And if we're on that slide of, so what happens if list of things to think about, maybe one of the questions at the end could be, am I training enough to make sure that I'm not a liability for any of these issues?
Okay, that's a good question. I could put that on 45. Is my training good enough that I'm not a liability? I'll dress it up and put it. Yeah, I can ask that question. I can just do another bullet point. All right, so then we talk about the use of force continuum. I put the sentence in red. I put it on every one of the next 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 slides. Remember I said if you see it once, it might be important. If you see it twice, it could be important. If you see it 3 times, it probably really is important. And if you see it 12 times, if you ain't got it by now, it's pretty important. So it's on every slide from here till we get through talking about it. We discussed whether we want to use the stair step or the circular method. At first, I just did not like this thing at all, but the more I got to looking at it, I kind of do like it now because, you don't really go up and down steps. It's more of a fluid flow, and it can flow in both directions, good and bad, in moments. Fractions of a second. So it's a pretty good, you might kind of go back and forth here, but you can talk about each section of the force continuum. How you respond to the person, you can throw in your own, you might say this or you might say that. But remember, the sentence, de-escalation should be the focus. That's on every slide, and you need to point that out. You need to try to de-escalate. And then we talk about level 1, which is officer presence. Just the simple fact that you are standing there looking like you look, wearing what you're wearing, you are a level of force just because you're there. And you represent authority or a force. Verbal communication, physical restraints, intermediate weapons. This is your less than lethal. And then finally you get to lethal force. I want to point out here, bottom line, any force that you use must be reasonable. And again, de-escalation should be your focus. Now, one thing that I added at the end of this, and I'm not real sure that I probably shouldn't go back and add it to the unarmed, because we talk about every slide, we say, you should de-escalate, you should de-escalate. Well, at some point in time, if you've got a pretty sharp student, they're going to go, you never did tell me how to de-escalate. What am I supposed to do? So I looked up something, just looked up on the internet, and I found a policy out of some department in Texas. They had it posted on the web. I didn't exactly plagiarize it word for word, but I sort of used their format and kind of my own language. This is something that I've used all of my career. The feel, felt, found. If you can remember that, sir, I know how you feel. I think I know how you feel, because I felt the same way the other day when something like this happened to me. But I found that, and I don't care what you're talking about with them, you can enter into their bubble and you can talk to them about this. Hey, I know how you feel. I felt the same way the other day when so-and-so happened, but I found that when I really got down to the brass tacks about it, I needed to back up and do this or that or whatever. I mean, hey, all you're doing is talking. If you're talking and they're not beating on you, you're still doing pretty good. Now that may change, but you can do that. Remain calm, listen to what they've got to say. A lot of people like to listen with their mouth. I may even be one of those. Sometimes I talk more than I listen. I thought I heard amen or pay me no attention now. I heard you. So anyway, listen to what they've got to say. They might have something legitimate to say. They may not, but you don't know that until you hear it. So listen to them. Explain to them what you're doing and why you're doing it. Sometimes letting somebody know what's about to happen will ease their tension. Make sure they know that it's equitable. Hey, I work for this guy. I work for this company. They asked me to do this, and this happens to everybody that comes past this checkpoint. I have to know, who you're going to see, what your business is, just let them know that they're not being treated differently for some reason. Treat them with dignity and respect. Have patience. Make sure you contain the threat. Talk to them, ask them, hey, can you come over here and let's talk about this or whatever, maybe change the location. Move to a better position. Have somebody request help. If you work with somebody else, you may have a predetermined code word or a nod or some kind of signal that means, hey, I'm having trouble with this person. Why don't you go and get the supervisor to come, or why don't you call 911, or it's whatever the situation might be. Use your training and experience. Think about something that happened a time before. Do that again now. again, use the feel, felt, found. Hey, I know how you feel. I felt the same way, but I found, once I learned what was really going on, that I needed to do this. Sometimes all this is going to fail, and the adversary is going to start out at level 5. And that may not end well. And that leads us right into deadly force. What is deadly force? And I just threw in a few things here about that. The Code of Federal Regulations defines deadly force. I've got 2 or 3 slides on that. We never fire warning shots, and the feds teach that same thing. Then we go into what the Tennessee Code Annotated says about deadly force. It says that you can use deadly force, and it is a justification. You can be justified for the use of deadly force under certain circumstances. And it tells what deadly force is. It means it's force intended to be known by the defendant to cause, or in the manner of its use or intended use is capable of causing death or serious bodily injury. So you need to make sure you cover what the definition of deadly force is. Then it goes into telling some more things that it's just copied and pasted right from the statute. Then it talks about the reckless injury of an innocent third person. This is where you shoot at somebody and maybe you hit them, maybe you don't, but the bad thing is you hit somebody on the other side, an innocent bystander. Remind them, if you fire this weapon at somebody or into a crowd or whatever, you're responsible for that bullet. Or if it's a shotgun with buckshot, every pellet that comes out of there, either 9 of them or 12 of them, and you have no power or anything at all over where they go once they come out of the end of that muzzle, you're responsible for every single one of them. Where it goes, what it hits, and what it destroys. This law basically says you may be justified in doing so, but there may still be civil suits filed and you may lose in civil court. Even though you were completely, thoroughly justified in doing what you did, you may still be liable civilly. So you got to make sure you point that out. Now, the next several slides I've put reasonably believes. I've put that in red print. So just make sure that you call attention to that, because number one, it's a test question, but this is something important. You got to have the reasonable belief, and that's just the terminology that the law uses. And here's where we talk about there's no public duty extended to a civilian or a security guard. So security guard, you don't have a public duty to do certain things as you would as a law enforcement officer. Again, it talks about reasonable belief. Again, reasonable belief, reasonable belief. Here it is again and again. So all these slides talk about you have to have reasonable belief that these things are or have occurred or are about to. Several slides that talks about that. Protection of property. We can't use deadly force to protect property, but if while you're trying to protect that property, if other factors change, then you may be justified in using deadly force, but you'll be using that deadly force because you're justified in doing so because of things that are happening, not because you're protecting that property. Reminder, this law is mostly about a law enforcement officer, so we want to remind them that we are not the police. Okay. And one final reminder, we are security guards, not law enforcement officers. And I referenced back to the general guard training of 3911, 611, but I think we've covered it all here again anyway. Again, reasonable belief must be reasonable as opposed to the mere possibility. And I made a note here. You just saw reasonable and or reasonable belief 16 times. Hint, hint. It's pretty important. So you're probably going to see reasonable belief again somewhere maybe. Then the deadly force decision-making summary, means, opportunity, and jeopardy. Leroy, I got your slide in here. And then I define what is means. What does that mean? What does opportunity mean in this particular case? And what does jeopardy mean in this case? And you have to have all three. If one of them is missing, you will not have a justification to use deadly force. Talks about there's no duty to retreat as long as you are where you are, you have a legal right and authority to be there. Cannot use deadly force to defend just because they're performing an illegal act. You can't use deadly force to defend property. And anymore, you can't use deadly force just because a suspect is fleeing from you. Now, that used to be the standard policy, but that got changed with Tennessee versus Garner, and we got a little slide or two on that too. And we talk more about civil liability, and it could also extend to the contract security company and to the client that hired the contract security company. And I didn't put the certified trainer in there, but I guess maybe I should have, because it can come back on you too as a trainer. So
You should take that I and put it on the other side of the N in the last organization.
oh, here?
PSO is misspelled.
Okay. Make a note, 96, spell check.
Jesse, is there a reason we wouldn't list trainers in that?
I mean, if you would like to, I'm just thinking we're not trained, since we're just training guards.
And the trainer.
We're all training from this curriculum.
There's no harm in it.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just the outlier here. Maybe I'm the only one being actively sued for training a handcuffing class.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you what the bottom line is. When this stuff goes to court, everybody that may have been perceived to be involved will be named in the lawsuit. So that's just how it works. If you don't know who to sue everybody.
Right.
And the court will settle it, work it out for you. So yeah, we can, if you'll just put it in the note. Put it in the note.
Go to church. You're not living right. There's proof. That's it. Hallelujah.
Cody, Megan, Cody.
What was that time? It was 11:03 when that. And the audio from Carmine.
She don't have a mic. See, that's why we took your mic away. All right. Again, we can't use deadly force to defend property. Again, you may be authorized to use deadly force, but if you injure an innocent bystander, you can be held civilly for that. This is where we talk about Tennessee versus Garner, and basically what the takeaway for that is, this is the landmark case that changed most deadly force policies across the United States. There were a lot of policies changed as a result of this Supreme Court action. And I think I've got a lot of facts about the case in the note section. I wouldn't recommend that you get too bogged down in all that. But basically, there were two main takeaways from Tennessee versus Garner. And basically what they said was there must have been a reasonable possibility that the fleeing suspect was a danger to the officer or the public. Well, they weren't able to prove that because I think it turned out to be a 15-year-old kid who was unarmed. So it didn't meet number one. And then number two, apprehending using deadly force is a seizure subject to the Fourth Amendment reasonableness. And that came from the U.S. Constitution. So because of those two, it didn't hold up to those two standards. The case was overturned, and the defendant was offered a pretty hefty settlement, probably, against the city of Memphis or the state of Tennessee. So, and this is actually a test question. And we talked just a little bit about the Castle Doctrine, and the takeaway there is you don't have to retreat, but if you are in a home or a residence or a business where you're working, some of the guidelines and provisions of the Castle Doctrine could apply. Then here's where we talk about arrest powers. And basically, a security guard does not have any special powers of arrest. It's the same thing as a citizen's arrest. And I guess the main thing that you need to point out there is a person who makes a citizen's arrest is not really offered any civil exemptions or any civil no immunity. But as a sworn peace officer, there are some civil immunities there. I don't know why it does that. If you're a sworn peace officer, you may have some civil immunity. However, as a sworn peace officer, you're held to a higher standard. So the few liability breaks that you might incur as a law enforcement officer, they kind of get diluted a little bit because you're being held to a higher standard. You got to perform a little bit differently. So arresting somebody is actually a pretty big deal. You detain them and take their civil rights away from them, and the Constitution. I still think some of the smartest people in the world wrote the Constitution, and because they had a lot of good ideas, but that's basically what it's trying to protect. So arresting somebody can get you in hot water. At the bottom of this slide is the Attorney General opinion on arrest. That entire opinion is copied and pasted in the note section. If you're not familiar with it, I'd recommend that you print it out and be familiar with it. because it asks and answers a lot of the questions that we've been talking about in here. What is an arrest? What's the difference in being detained and being arrested? And when does a detainment become an arrest? And things like that.
Ariel from Little Mermaid was going to come out.
Yeah. That's not part of the PowerPoint presentation, by the way. So if you're clicking through there looking for that and you don't find it, it's okay. Let's see. Okay, the statute tells who can arrest and when. And number 3 here, it says a private person can arrest. And then I've got highlighted here that security guards are considered the same as a private person in this case. Then it tells what a private person can do as far as, what kind of arrest you can make. If you observe something happening or whatever, you can make the arrest for that. But of course, what are we teaching? If you see all this stuff happening, what should you be doing? Observe, report, call the police. When can you arrest? And that's what this is sort of talking about, the time that you can do it. What are you supposed to do with the arrested person if you're a private person? What's that? Dispose of them, yeah. And just remember, when you're disposing of this person, if you're disposing them in your car, hopefully not in the trunk or anywhere, but if you're taking them somewhere in your car and you wreck, you've probably bought you a new car, probably bought them a new car, maybe a new family, a new home on a Caribbean island somewhere. You're going to be liable for more than you can probably afford at that point. Another reason not to do it. What if that person escapes from you? Well, it says you can immediately pursue and retake the person, so now you're going to be chasing them to Memphis or Knoxville from here. And bottom line, do not arrest. Observe and report, and by doing those two things, you're deterring criminal activity, hopefully. Call for help.
Not trying to encourage them to chase people, but it should be noted that on the slide previous to this, you can only chase them on foot, not in a vehicle, per the statute or the rule, whatever it is.
Where are we seeing that?
I'm not seeing it there, but I'm almost positive that it says on, foot chase only. So, I mean, if we're going to, I don't even teach that because I'm trying not to encourage it.
I know that's in 40, but
I'm just saying, if you wanted to put it in there or not.
Hey.
I'm gonna make a note because I'm not familiar with Title 40.
Say you are.
We had this in the unarmed presentation, and the reason we had it in there is to show that when you do arrest someone, you've expanded your normal property boundary is your jurisdiction as a security officer unless you arrest someone. If you arrest someone and they decide to flee, now your boundary's been expanded. That's why it was in there.
Yes, but it also should be noted that you would be considered abandoning your post should you pursue them in that moment.
Whether you pursue them in a car or on foot, you're abandoning your post.
We're trying, by having this in there, we're trying to discourage folks from arresting.
Well,
That
right.
was
I mean, I know that's the whole point, but I'm not familiar that it said you couldn't pursue them in a vehicle. I mean, if they flee and go to Memphis, I'm going to call Frank and let him run to Memphis then.
I don't think Frank's running.
But anyway, I'll look it up.
There was two parts to it. The part, I think it's I don't know if it's on this slide. On the previous slide.
My bad. Not me.
If you start right at the one that was right after that. I'm sorry, prior to that.
This one,
That one right there. No, that one right there.
This one.
Okay, it goes through right there and starts how the conditions in which a private person may arrest another person. Then you go to the next slide. That a private person can arrest another private person for a felony at any time, and shall at time of the arrest inform the person of the cause of the arrest. Now, the one after that is talking about taking him to a magistrate or turning him over to law enforcement. Okay? That's why, if you go to the next one now, if that person escapes or is rescued, now you're on the hook. If you have not turned them over to a magistrate or law enforcement, anything, if they leave Nashville and decide to go to Memphis, just like when you fire a bullet, everything they do between Nashville and Memphis is going to be on that security guard. That was the purpose.
Okay. But some mention that you can't go after them in a car. And so if that's the case, then if we need to say that, we'll say it. If we don't,
If it's in there, how you articulated it is much more important than the plain text or whatever it is there. That is valuable. Having that as it is not.
I can add to this slide. And I'll say what he said because I agree that he articulated that very well.
Blaze brings up the exact point, though. Now he's on the hook to go and get this guy that's going to Memphis, and guess what? He's abandoned his post.
Right, he's abandoned his post.
Yeah.
And gas is $3 and something a gallon, and it's going to be expensive and all that. All right, so again, the bottom line, all this can be negated by not making an arrest. Let somebody else that's supposed to be doing that do that. All right, so this is the end of Section A, the review questions. Now, these questions are the test questions. And I think I've told y'all before, when I teach biology in a college setting, I don't teach the test. I teach learning concepts, and I try to figure out what they've learned based on maybe some essay questions, things like that. I don't really have a problem teaching these people exactly what it is that we feel like they need to know, and so you don't have to tell them these are the test questions, but these are the test questions, and they're in the same order that they are on the test, and they reference what slide this can be answered on.
Mr. Winfrey, that's just, so we said this part of the test that we've covered so far was going to cover 2 hours. The rest of it's going to basically be hands-on manipulation skills, all of those drills. What I'm asking here is, we've said that it's going to be 2 hours, but we have about an hour of content. Is there anything, and that's what I'm asking the committee, is there anything in that we haven't covered that should be covered? Because we're not at that threshold. That's where I was going with
Well, and I'm fine with calling this an hour if that's all it took. I mean,
Personally, I like to include videos, and that does take up time. And so allowing me the time to put my videos in there is appreciative.
okay, that's fine. Well, now let me say this. Again, I've gone through this not really teaching it. I've just gone through it to sort of, because I've fast forwarded through a bunch of them.
I do have a question.
All right.
Slide 112.
Okay.
It says do not arrest. I believe that is personally believe that is an officer decision, not a direct. I mean, I don't know. I just think that's conflicting. You teach to the point that a person, a private citizen, can make an arrest, and you teach to the point that security guards are not authorized to make an arrest under any laws, and then you say don't arrest. But well, I think it's a personal liability on the officer. I just think the words "do not arrest."
I could agree. Bottom line on arrests come with a huge amount of liability.
Yes, and yeah.
I think it needs to be.
It's a personal
officer
decision.
discretion.
Yeah, it's a personal decision for a private citizen to make an arrest. Correct. Yeah. I don't think that's a direction that the state should give, nor should a trainer. You know what I mean?
Emphasize the liability.
We're not there, so we.
Yes.
I don't want to.
Yeah.
I don't want to take that away from them.
Yeah.
Slide 112. Well, I'll just say, call Blaze. What'd you say, Blaze? You said
Bottom line on arrests come with a huge amount of liability.
put that down.
An arrest by a private citizen comes with
Yes.
an assumed amount of responsibility.
I mean, to me, if you're teaching me and you've told me that chances are I'm going to lose everything.
You have to dance all around it. I mean, there's no two ways to
training.
put it.
Right there's
You
the
have to
video.
dance
I'm not going to arrest if I've heard everything that you've told me. But I'm okay with changing that. I mean, to me, that's what the bottom line is. We don't want people
You
to
want to say
arrest.
it, but you don't want to say it, because either way, I mean, WWJD.
Yeah.
Okay, what would Jesse do?
I think that's a good point, though. I think both of your points about saying it carries a liability, and I think especially, Dustin Masson, you were the one who said arrest by a security guard, because some of you all are training law enforcement officers who would be exempt, but their employer is telling them, go ahead and do the training, get the card. So I think specifically saying that, because there is an Attorney General's opinion that talks about if you are an off-duty law enforcement officer, just because you're off-duty doesn't mean you lose your, powers of arrest. So there are specific instances where they could arrest and they wouldn't have those same liabilities. So I think specifically saying, bottom line, an arrest by a security officer or arrest by a private citizen carries immense civil liability and criminal liability. That's good.
I'll dress that up. And
I just think for both parties, as far as, for an organization, for a contract company, for the state, I think it's just, it paints the gray picture versus.
Oh, it's good. Especially, think about if you have someone who is committing a felony and you're thinking, well, I've been trained I can arrest someone if they're committing a felony in my presence. Oh, but the state told me don't arrest them, and they go on and harm someone. So
It's the officer and.
Mm-hmm. Well, and the trainer too, potentially. So I think that's good.
I had an idea. Can we I saw at the end where you put at the end all of the instructions to submit your application to the state of Tennessee for an armed guard that was part of basically the day 2 hands-on training. Could we put that in the day 1 within that hour? And I think that saves some time on day 2 for hands-on, and it would put some of it more on the classroom version.
Yeah, we can. We'll put whatever we need to put in there. I mean,
And I know they haven't saw that yet. I kind of skipped to the end, and that's where all that's at.
Yeah.
That's fine.
I think information for renewal of your armed license, that type of information would go good in towards the end of there.
If you look at the very end of the presentation, it has the step-by-step core instructions. If we were to move all those into that first part,
Yeah, I can
I
do
think
that.
it'd balance out the time a little better.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah.
The worst thing that does is changes all the numbers, and I got to go back and do that. But I'm prepared to do that. I mean, a commissioner might look at this and say, I don't like any of you guys, go start all over. I don't anticipate that, but if that happened, then yeah. So it's just moving words around different places. I can do it. So yeah, I can bring that in, and we'll look at that in a few minutes when we get to that point. All right, any other comment about this? There again, the review questions are basically they are the review questions. So again, you don't have to tell them that these are the exact questions. They can figure that out later. But this is the stuff that we got a lot of information, and this is the stuff we felt like was the most important. So you have a chance to go over it. And if they want to know, well, where does it say that we can't carry rifles? Because I hear that every day. Well, we can carry rifles, can't we? No. Well, that comes from slide number 22. So you can flip back to slide number 22 if you want to, and you can read it again. That says the commissioner doesn't authorize rifles. And you can interpret that any way you want to, as long as the interpretation is the commissioner doesn't authorize rifles. 25 questions in that first section. 25 questions. Then we go to section B, which is the handling of a firearm. And I probably go through this. Then we have our learning objectives, our goals. Do we do goals first and then objectives? Typically. I got those backwards, don't I? Switch. Real easy fix. Drag the slide down below that one. So our goals and I've got the objectives listed here, so I just got those two slides out of order somehow. Again, I'm going to be adamant about muzzle control. I don't know that I'll ever be a certified trainer and teach in a class, but if I am, muzzle control is going to be. You may get tired of hearing it and go home, but you're going to hear it as you go out the door for sure. This just talks about the action types. These are just the objectives that you want for the people to learn. Use of deadly force is serious. Muzzle safe is a relative term. It's not always up. It's not always down. It's not always left. Not always right. Got to be mindful of that. One of the objectives is to learn how to safely load and unload a firearm, field strip the firearm for clearing stoppages, and so forth. We're going to show them how to determine what caliber and type of ammunition you're going to use for the firearm and how to ensure that you're using the right thing. How to establish a proper grip on the firearm, And whether you're doing that from a holster or from a bench, and I've talked about that in part of the training as well. And we'll talk about that. Shooting stance and shooting positions, basic fundamentals of shooting, and we're going to talk about the difference in cover and concealment. Blaze, your question earlier is, how far back are we going to go? If somebody asked me a question about human genetics, how far back do I need to go in order to be able to explain, you get half your information from your mom and half from your dad. I mean, that's pretty elementary, but I can get a lot more detail than that. Well, we are going to have to cover some of the kind of the ABCs and basics of shooting. If somebody's never picked up a gun before, they may have a hard time in some of these classes. I don't know. They may be a swift learner. They may not be. I can't ever determine that until spend a few minutes with them. But I think we do have the responsibility to teach some of the basic points, if for no other reason, just to reiterate that these are the basic points and you're expected to do this. At least that is a minimum. No live ammunition in the classroom. So when you're inside the classroom, even if your classroom happens to be out on the range, if you're doing this particular part of the training, there doesn't need to be any live ammunition. We're not ready for that yet. Muzzle. Make sure you keep your muzzle pointed in a safe direction. Finger off the trigger until you're ready to fire. You're going to go through all those different things. Who can call a ceasefire? You want to make sure that they know that anybody in the group can call a ceasefire if they see something. Thought that was interesting. I heard a ceasefire called yesterday on that recording. So, accidental versus unintentional discharge. The word accidental, or the term accidental discharge, is not in my vocabulary when I'm teaching a course. I've never seen a firearm accidentally discharge. Never have I ever seen that. There's always been a human being, or I know of one case where a dog was involved. Stepped on a shotgun that was loaded and ready to go. Stepped on it once and knocked the safety off. Stepped on it the second time and killed its owner. But they just don't accidentally go off. I've never had one. I've got a truckload of them. So I talked about that in the class. Safety. A lot of people depend on a safety. They got the thing pointed at me, but the safety's on. A safety is a mechanical device that may sometimes fail. So we do not want to rely a lot on that. We want to use it, but it's like when you're driving down the interstate at 120 miles an hour and you say, well, I got brakes. Well, that's not the point.
So you don't.
They don't work very well at 120 miles an hour, do they? All right. NRA is a very, very recognizably authoritative source on firearm safety instruction. If you've got a NRA wallet card, what's the first rule? Always keep the gun pointed in a safe direction. What's that got to do with? Muzzle. And then it also says keep your finger off the trigger and keep the gun unloaded until ready to shoot. You're going to have more trouble out of law enforcement and security people when you talk about keeping your gun unloaded all the time. NRA pushes that really hard. Hunter safety pushes that really hard. It's hard to push keeping your gun unloaded to a bunch of police personnel and security personnel who you're hiring to carry that gun on duty and work. So you're always going to get a little pushback on that, keeping it unloaded. Most of the time it's going to be loaded all the time because that's just the way it is. But if you do the rest of the rules, it won't hurt anybody. Yes, sir.
Where it says ready to shoot, might you say ready to use? Because if the security officer is using it as a defensive tool, it would be loaded and ready to use as he went to work.
I think I wrote that exactly as the NRA card said it, but I can put it any way you want to.
While the NRA is very recognizable and they are considered an authoritative source, they are by no means a good source.
That's one question I have on this slide. Do we need to reference the NRA in this particular
I'm sorry?
slide? Do we need to recognize the NRA? And you know what I mean? Like, can you just say?
I'm just trying to make a point.
Three major
Safety rules
that are prudent to follow.
Absolutely.
And
3 commonly accepted rules.
Yes.
And then I am definitely with you because I teach these and I always teach ready to use. And that's how I put it out there. I said, I own a truckload of guns. My self-defense tool is always loaded. Always. The ones that I use for shooting or competition or just like range day tools in my safe, they're unloaded. Unloaded until it's ready to use.
Well, like I said, I just copied word for word what it said, so I'll put anything you want.
Absolutely, which is also an exercise in case in point why the NRA is not good to use.
Slide 129. I'll doctor that up, but
the way I explain it, if it's a hunting tool, you load it in the field, you unload it in the field, you travel with it unloaded.
Yes.
If it's a defensive tool, like for police or personal protection or security officer, then it's loaded and ready to use as a defensive tool. Doesn't mean we're going to shoot it right now.
Yeah.
It's just capable of being shot without having to load it.
And I agree with that because, like I said, it's just always been hard to walk in a hunter safety classroom and then walk out of that room and go train the wildlife officers. Because in hunter safety, I ain't supposed to say weapon. And out here on the range, load your weapon, holster your weapon, clear your weapon. And then when I go back into hunter safety, I go, I'm not supposed to say that. You know, because it's not a weapon. It's a hunting tool. So, yeah, I can change that.
Were we going to change or address?
Yeah, I'll just say.
Yeah, I think there's a more clever way to say that without referencing the NRA.
Okay. Yeah, I can do that. I'll take NRA off and I'll put what Dustin said. I like the way you said that. Say that again.
I can't remember.
I would say call Dustin.
All this.
Slide 129. Call Dustin Madison. I'll just put your number up there. How about that? Just any time of the day or night. Call
1-800-Dollywood.
Yeah.
3 commonly accepted safety rules.
All right. I'll dress that up and make it look better. I reiterated once again, no live ammunition in the classroom. And again, that could be out on the range. If you have the luxury of doing all this out on the range, we don't need any live ammo yet. We're not ready for that. Firearm safety. Primary causes of firearms accidents. I'm not real sure why that. I'm going to blame this partially on Leroy. He sent me some slides and I used them, and I'm not sure. I'll have to go back and change some of your animations, and I may have messed that one up because it come up funny, but I'll work on that. Put 132, work on the animations. Causes: carelessness, unsafe acts, ignorance, lack of knowledge. The common denominator of all of that, it's always some human intervention. Somebody's, this right here is always a problem when you got firearms being looked at, used, touched, manipulated. There's just something about that index finger and the trigger. It's just almost like a magnetism effect. So there's always human intervention. Treat every gun as it was loaded. Always point your muzzle in a safe direction, which is always changing. Never point your gun at anything you don't intend to shoot. And all of these have to do with muzzle control. 3 Use Be sure you're targeting what's beyond. That's also muzzle control. Muzzle, muzzle, muzzle. Here's where I talk about, I'll just make a little mention here, use only the ammunition that's designed for your firearm. Never handle while physiologically or emotionally impaired. Wear eye and ear protection. I'm sure y'all are going to require this on your range. If you don't, you should. Never use alcohol and drugs before or while shooting. And always make sure you point out to them that that includes prescription medication. You know, if you fell and hurt yourself and the doctor gives you OxyContin, you probably don't need to pop a couple of them and come to the range to do your firearms qualification.
Or work as a security officer.
Exactly.
While using that.
That's true. That's true. And I'll tell you, of course, down in Jackson, that's all right, right? I'm just kidding. But yeah, that's true. So yeah, make sure you reiterate that fact that, you know, when you go to work, if you're taking prescription medication that could alter your ability to make decisions or function, that you should not do that either. More about the muzzle. I put a little blurb in here about the hearing and eye protection. These types of earmuffs are wonderful because they magnify soft sounds and they muffle loud sounds like gunfire. I love those things. I used to could hear my guy down on the very end cussing me because of something I told him to not do or to do, and there'd be a little comment under his breath, and I'm like, I heard that, and he'd be from here to the John Deere Gator nearly. So those are nice, but they cost. I don't know what they cost now. $100, $200, it depends. Yeah. But these little jobbers right here, $1, $2, they're on a string and wear them around your neck. They have the same noise reduction rating as these do. So, you know, you don't have to spend a fortune, but and these glasses, they're $12, whatever. So you need to have some good equipment, and it doesn't have to be real expensive, but it can be. This is where I've made a point that instructors should, or I've put instructors will provide dummy ammunition. I think we can safely say that. Or action proving is another name for that. We used these, and I know you can't see that, but trust me, it did say 40 in that little spot. But that's for a 40 caliber. Those work pretty good, but a Glock will finally eat them up eventually. You just get some more. We had some yellow ones too. These are a little bit nicer, but they're a lot more expensive. These are your snap caps. This is a 40 and a 45. Just put these in here just so that you can talk about it and show these to the people. They come in packages, 4 or 5. If it's a revolver caliber, it'll come in 6, so you can fill up the revolver cylinder, things like that. I made a point here that you can do all kinds of stuff without firing a shot. You can do all kinds of practice, trigger control, sight alignment, all that kind of stuff. Double feeds, emergency reloads, because when you load one of these up, it's going to chamber perfectly. Generally, anyway. Then we talk about the different types. And I probably ought to put an S on 143. I'll put an S here. 2 types. This is where semi-automatic is defined. And that's a test question. Here's where we talk about single action, double action, double action only. Tells you a little bit about what they are, shows you some examples. Jesse, these pictures were supplied by Leroy. If I need to change and I think it's good that we show the Glock. There's a lot of people that use a Smith & Wesson, but we've got several places like Walden Security. They use Glocks in some places, Berettas in some places. What do y'all use?
All Glock.
Glock? And y'all provide them and issue them? Okay. What?
High Point.
High Point?
That's a low part of Memphis.
I don't own a High Point, so I don't have any pictures of one.
Bryco.
Yeah, I wish the commissioner would disapprove that brand. They're bad, horrible.
Here's the Beretta.
I've seen some.
Here's some single action onlys. Here's where we start talking about the parts. Each part is outlined or shown as you click through. I want to talk about this. Certainly you can. The Glock, when they came out with their later generations, you can change this part back here, the back strap. If you've got great big, thick, bulky hands, you can get a back strap that accommodates you. If you got this, tells you, here's part of the data stamp, it tells you on the slide. A Glock also tells you, if you look up here on the top, it tells you on the top of the chamber. Option. Part talks about how it cycles and feeds. One of the things that I've always hammered home with people when you're checking to see if a semi-automatic pistol is loaded or unloaded, the first thing you need to do is what? Remove the magazine. If you work that slide and you got a fully loaded magazine in there, it might not have been loaded, but now it is. So the first thing you want to do is remove your ammunition source, then work it. So I just made a point to, and that's a test question as well. For semi-automatics, well, after you point it in a safe direction, first thing you want to do is remove the magazine. All right, so here's a review for the parts, and then this same picture is on the test. And it's just one number, so it's kind of a 10-part. I hated to waste 10 test questions for this, so I just did it this way. Goes for revolvers. Talks about single action, double action. Parts are outlined. Cylinder. And then this is all the parts. Next talks about rifling. The top picture, the rifling is cut into the barrel. The bottom is the Glock style where it's pressed into the barrel. Work the same way. They're designed to spin the bullet. Just like a well-thrown football that spirals. helps it stabilize in flight. This talks about field stripping. Glocks kind of got a bad reputation a long time ago because if you want to put one back in the box that it came in, there were a lot of boxes that had holes in them. I don't know how many of y'all remember or not, but the original ones, if you put it back in the box, it had a big stub that came up where the trigger went down, and you had to pull the trigger all the way back to get it to go back in the box. Well, you couldn't put a loaded, well, you could put a loaded, you shouldn't put a loaded Glock back in the box it came in. A lot of people learned that the hard way. There's a lot here about field stripping, and there's a lot of slides that show it. I'm just going to go through it. This is one thing I never did. I will visually inspect, but I do not stick my finger in places where it should not be. Because if you happen to have a slide lock lever that's not engaged real good and you hit it with that thumb right over there on that side, if you hit that little thing right there while you're doing that, you're going to find out the difference.
Only do it once.
You're going to find out the difference between move and remove. Because that thing's going to slam forward and remove the end of your finger. So make sure you get it out. This visual check, I can see that there's not anything in there. Shows you how you can field strip a Glock. Now, to me, this part of the training was easy because everybody I had Glocks. I don't know how y'all do it. I'll just be honest with you. Because you got high points, you got Taurus, you got SIG, you got everything under the sun. So I'm gonna propose that we send out this kind of information, but I don't know how we're gonna. I don't know if we need to do something special.
I usually just have a slide that I would discuss. Use your manufacturer's directions of whatever weapon you're carrying for field stripping.
And I've got some mention of that later on down the way when we get to cleaning and lubricating, and I've got to mention that you should always consult your user's manual.
Yep.
So that's in there. If you think I need to put it somewhere else, I can, but we can, and it doesn't hurt to put it in there twice either. So
I do think the visual aids are good. I mean, they're all similar in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, they are similar, but you may not have to pull the trigger necessarily or do this little dealy whipper right here. I know that's not what it's called, but that's what came out. So
Slide lock lever.
yeah, the visuals are good. Just lifting the barrel out. This is what it should look like field stripped, and that's pretty much the same for most semi-automatics. You're going to have a frame, a receiver or a frame, the barrel, and the slide. In this case, the recoil spring comes out. This is where I say that as a security guard, you're never going to take one down any farther than this. A Glock has 26 parts, is that right?
I think it's like 35, 34.
Anyway, you obviously don't see 35 parts there. But I can tell you, there's a spring right in here, and if you don't take it out right, it looks like a intercontinental ballistic missile, because when you take that little back piece off, it goes. But there's several parts there that you don't see, and as a security guard, you should not ever see them. You shouldn't be digging into it that deep. Only an armor or a gunsmith can do that. So I put that in there. This tells you how to reassemble. In the case of a Glock, it's real important that you get the back of that back in that groove perfectly, because if you don't, you'll end up shearing that off the end right there. And I don't know how much that apparatus costs now, but $20, $30, $100, I don't know anymore. But if you break that piece off back there because you didn't put it in there right, you'll have to have one because it won't work without it. Well, it'll work once. You got a single shot Glock. See anything wrong with this picture? I'm a whole lot more worried about where his finger is than his eyes and ears.
Booger pickers on a bang bang switch.
I just thought I'd bring that up in a slide. What do you see wrong with that picture? Yeah. So let's get our lunch gathered up, and yeah, we want to do a working lunch. So I'm just probably going to go just keep clicking through here while we eat, and I can eat and talk at the same time. You know me that well. Recording. Back in order, please. You just need me to say it.
Icon.
Always remember.
Icon.
Thank you. Let's always remember muzzle is always actually the first thing. I tried to say in here, after pointing the muzzle in a safe direction, the first thing you do is so-and-so. But muzzle is very important. Remove the ammunition source. So as Curtis said, we want to remove the magazine, especially from a semi-automatic. I actually had my 22-year-old, or he'll soon be 22, I had him look over these questions last night, and he made 100 on the firearms section. But he has been trained and retrained, and this has been hammered in him since he was big enough to speak. So he did real well with the firearms section of this test. Check the chamber visually and physically. There again, I don't like to stick my finger in places that could be shut up into a action. Now, what do you notice in this bottom picture? Everybody see that? Yeah. That's not something you want to see. Looks like a round down in there, so that's why you want to make sure and look. Do some guns sometimes leave one stuck down there and they don't pull it out? Absolutely. Not usually a Glock, but and I don't work for them and make money from them, but okay, safety is your responsibility, and it's pointing out that there is a round in the chamber, which we've already determined. This next series of slides talks about how you establish or maintain a grip. This obviously is going to differ whether or not you're removing it from a holster or whether you're picking it up from a bench. So the fact that we have to train a specific way based on the way the range allows us to do things, then there's some things in here that I normally probably wouldn't have thought about including in the training. But so you may use both hands in getting this two-handed grip this way. And again, you've got the visuals, and regardless of what type of firearm you're using, it's pretty much going to be the same. I mean, you're going to be able to use some kind of replica of some kind of firearm and show all these things in front of the classroom, whether it looks exactly like their pistol or not, which I think Dustin or somebody pointed that out earlier. It's not going to be that different. Here's a pretty good grip, both thumbs pointing in the same direction forward. One thing that, and y'all probably know this, but I want to point this out. If you get somebody that's been a long time revolver shooter, where are they going to put that thumb right there?
Back of the other hand.
They're going to put it right across there.
They'll only do it once. No.
Well, I know one guy that only did it once.
I've got one guy every year he does it. Every year. Every
So
year.
what happens for those of you
I stop him.
on staff here, maybe if you're not familiar with firearms, this whole slide right here, it slides back and forth. Well, it comes back to about right here. And if you happen to have your thumb over the top of that little bump right there, that little bump on top of my thumb, it is removable. I've seen that on somebody where that was flat, and this piece was hanging over here like a little piece of meat. And you'd think that guy would not do that every year, but maybe he does.
Got a revolver for a very long time.
Yeah, it's hard to break an old habit, but usually
He's only made himself bleed the first year, and then every year now that as his trainer, while we're on the range, I do the dummy fire.
Yeah.
And during that section, I always give him a nice reminder.
Yeah. Yeah, most people that get that little hump removed one time, it's a painful lesson, but they usually remember to get it out of the way. But so that's something that you're going to want to reiterate to you people, even though maybe they're old hat at it. You'll want to say that. Put that top. Trying to decide why I've got that up there. Did I do that? Did you do that, Leroy? I can't blame that on you.
I'm guilty of a lot of things, but I don't know that I put summary, delete, or read. I could have.
Yep, it's on my slides too.
Yeah, unfortunately it's on everybody's. Just make a note at 198. Just put a question mark on it. I don't even know what to ask myself about that.
You want to put investigate.
Yeah, investigate. That's a good word. Look at this dummy.
But it has to do with marksmanship, and that's the next section.
Well, it is talking about. We probably this is probably written somewhere else. Just put that note on there. Investigate 198, and I'll decide what it needs to. I may come up with something to go there just so it doesn't change the slide numbers. 'Cause But I'll try to figure out if we. Yeah, it does. Yeah. I think oh, I'll bet this is a summary for the next section, maybe. I'll go back and look at it. I'll make sure it makes some kind of sense. All right, so the next section is marksmanship. There are different types of shooting platforms, and you know, I did this car thing for several years. I really liked it. I did a lot of training with it. Paul Castle, he ended up dying from cancer. Yeah, he and I had a very personal conversation one day about that, and but anyway, it's if you ever hold a gun out like this in isosceles and hold it on somebody or hold it on a target or something, after you stand there for just a few minutes, you can't do that. But I can stand here like this for 2 days if it takes that long for backup to come. So his rendition of that it had some good points. If you're a shooter, you can probably do any of those and hit your target. But anyway,
Don't you want to demonstrate all of those out here?
probably not. I'm not too much. I don't know much about the fighting stance either. But so what do y'all think? What do y'all teach? Weaver and isosceles?
I don't teach any. I explain all different kinds. I don't tell them that anyone's better than the other as long as you're comfortable and you're hitting your target. I mean,
As long as they can qualify.
Yeah.
I mean that's kind of what we trained everybody in the
marksmanship. Now.
Yeah, we trained everybody in car, but when we got ready to qualify, I told them I said shoot car, truck, boat, plane, whatever it takes. Make 100.
More advanced when I teach more advanced firearm stuff. I teach them more fighting stance and
Crouching tiger.
Dragon.
I'm glad I didn't mention that. Well, so what do y'all want me to do with this slide? Y'all just going to talk about what?
As an instructor, yeah, I mean, you can create a list of Google all of the types of shooting stances and put in there and say, you could teach all of them, but
okay,
that's my personal preference. I don't know what everybody wants to do.
And do y'all know of any off the top of your head other than what's listed here that ought to be put up there? I mean, I'm not here to confuse the issue. I just want to make sure that. Okay. And then here's some pictures. Okay.
Bad for the guy in the middle. Crossfire action.
All right, shooting fundamentals. We've got aiming, hold control, breath control, trigger control, and follow through. And you perform these fundamentals with every shot. This talks about aiming. Blaze, back to what we were talking about earlier, I know that there's people that may have been shooting for years and years and years, and they think they're doing the right thing, but they're not. Of course, this was a new shooter, but I told her one time to focus on the front sight, and she had it like this. She said, all right, I got it. I said, okay. She happened to have one of those Crimson Trace laser sights on it, so I reached around there and I said, I'm going to show you something. And I pushed that little button and I said, look at the red light, and it was right up there. And she said, that's not where I want to shoot, is it? And I said, no. So then she understood front sight, rear sight. So, I mean, this was a beginning shooter though, so, but we're still gonna have to teach. Blaze and I had a conversation earlier about, you know, how far back do you go to teach somebody? I mean, where are you gonna start?
Lowest common denominator.
You do have to start at the lowest common denominator. And so anyway, we just need to keep that in mind when, you know, they're not going to be a candidate for Army Ranger or Navy SEAL after 8 hours of classroom firearms training. We have sight alignment, sight picture. How about that? And I am going to give credit Leroy with that. I don't know how he did that, but so this is your sight alignment. I did go in and put these red arrows. You see you got equal distance on each side. The top of the front sight's level with the top of the rear sight, and you can point that out to your students. Post and notch sights, and I explain what all that means. Here's some examples lined up on a target. This is, there's two different schools out there about where you should aim at your target. You got your 6 o'clock hold and your center hold. I usually teach the 6 o'clock hold because then you can see the target above there. If the sights are aligned properly, if they're set up right, you can make that gun shoot at the same place no matter which one of those you hold onto. So, at any rate, this shows what happens if that front sight is too far to the left. Bullets go where the muzzle is pointed. And when the front sight sits on top of the muzzle, that's where it's going to go. This one, the front sight is, it's actually a little bit high, and it's over to the right. Slightly high and slightly to the left. Group is centered here. This is just a teaching point. After seeing all that, what have you learned from that? Well, wherever the front sight is, if it's high and to the left, that's where the bullets are going to go. And of course, that's leading up to the importance of focusing on the front sight. Also, as you all know, being firearms instructors, if you're a right-handed shooter and your shots are hitting low and to the left, you're probably doing like, remember the Lone Ranger when he's riding the horse and he's going bang, bang.
Whack and smack.
Yeah. And if you shoot like that, you're going to shoot low and to the left, usually if you're a right-handed shooter. So, and I think you're going to have to work with people because that habit's hard to break if you're a flincher. That's really hard to break. And the faster you shoot, the worse that gets if you don't get a handle on it. All right, so when you have targets, front sight, rear sight, you got three things. Your eye can only focus on one. What do you focus on? Front sight. There used to be anybody been down to Toledo to the firing range down there? There used to be a barricade down there, and it said, somebody had taken a Sharpie and wrote on it, it said, front sight, damn it. Right there on the post. I'll never forget that. It was there for years. Probably still there, unless they painted over it or shot through it. That's very possible too. All right, so aiming at a target, this is kind of what you're going to see. Rear sight's fuzzy, target's a little bit fuzzy, but the front sight is what you focus on. Now, this section talks a little bit about what we're going to call defensive accuracy. You may have larger groups, but you're going to balance speed and accuracy. You're going to aim at the center of mass. And if my target is standing here where my microphone is, every one of those sight pictures right there is pretty much going to do what? If they're somewhere around center of mass, from here to that microphone, I'm going to hit center of mass, right? But at 5 yards, 7 yards, 12 yards, 15 yards, that's not going to be acceptable. So people just your students need to understand, closer you are to the target, the less this stuff matters, and really the less time you have to make sure it's perfect. But at that distance, all of those are going to achieve decent results. Real life, this is where those shots are going to hit. But there again, 2 or 3 feet away, it's not going to matter as much. I just threw this in there because that's always amazed me. If you misalign your muzzle 1/16 of an inch, at 100 yards, it's going to be a little over 5 inches off. At 400 yards, it's going to be 21 inches off. People just don't realize how much a little bit of movement right here is not going to matter much. I'm going to hit that thing that microphone's attached to every time. But as I get farther and farther away, that 1/16 of an inch is going to matter. So what they need to be focused on at this distance are all the other fundamentals of drawing and getting the shots off, all the proper trigger control and things of that nature. Breath control. Some people will hold their breath too long and they get kind of get a tremor. I thought this slide was pretty good, the arc of movement. And it actually, if you're holding on a target, this is really what you're going to see. I credit Leroy again with that one. I don't know how you got that to do that. What's that? That's fine. I'll take that. But it's a pretty good illustration. Trigger control. A lot of times the way somebody pulls the trigger can cause them to move the gun one way or the other. If you're putting too much pressure in one direction or the other, you could be moving your muzzle or pulling it one way or pushing it one way. Now, how are we going to know what the person is doing? We're not until we see them shoot at least a few rounds. And then from that we can determine what we need to work on. Can it be so bad that we don't think they can pass? That's very possible. If I'm telling you, if I'm standing here and I can't hit the target at that microphone, I've got a problem. And that may or may not be your problem. I mean, you can work with them a little bit, but you know what and the only thing I say about that is establish your policy of how much you're going to work with somebody and work with everybody the same way. And once you decide that somebody can't do it, then just like I said in the de-escalation techniques, be fair and equitable. All right, we're going to talk about cover and concealment. The difference in cover and concealment. Cover is anything that'll stop the bullet. Concealment might not stop the bullet. It might hide you, but it will not stop the bullet from coming through. It could be shrubbery versus a concrete barrier in the middle of the interstate. Goes in, talks about that. I'm hoping that we can always utilize some of these techniques when we go to our firing range. And it doesn't have to be a concrete barrier in the middle of the interstate. It can be the edge of the shooting frame, and you can have the person stand and just use that edge and just learn how to shoot around that cover. That's better than nothing. And depending on what kind of range you go to, you may or may not have anything like that available. So you just have to make do with what you've got. Here we're going to review firearm safety. This is kind of an interactive thing. You can ask the students to give you the answers. And then up there. And I bring this out about, unloading a firearm. If you're going to use it for personal defense, it's probably going to be loaded more than it is unloaded versus maybe a hunting device or something like that.
I think that last word should be tool.
Okay, it should. 229. Tool, T-O. Well, and see, spell check won't do anything for that. That's correct. Because that word is a word. But I'll fix that. Now, Blaze, you said something about ammunition earlier. I think this is the section where I think I'll answer your question. How do you know what kind of ammunition to use? Well, what kind of pistol is this here at the top? It's a .45 auto. What kind of cartridge is this? You just read the data stamp. Where'd you get that cartridge out of? Well, you got it out of a box that said .45 auto. I do mention here about plus P, and I think there's a mention somewhere about plus P plus. P, or you can have a plus P plus. I have seen that on some. Again, just make sure that you, if you're going to be out there with them firing and they shoot a plus P in a Ivor Johnson and it blows up, you may get hit by shrapnel just like anybody else. So I would make it a personal thing to make sure that I know what my people are bringing to shoot, and because not all firearms are designed to handle the higher pressures of the plus Ps. Now, here's some different types of bullets that you're probably going to see people bring to the range. It's just a picture of them and what they are. You're probably not going to see many of these brought to the range because they're about, $5 a piece maybe. Get a box of 20 that costs $50 or something. They're very pricey. Different bullet styles. And then here I just point out that the most popular bullet designed for practice is the full metal jacket. When TWRA first went to the Glocks, we had a guy doing some reloading. I'm pretty sure he double charged one, and he turned his Glock into a handheld pipe bomb. And it did explode and was not pretty. And they instituted a policy then, and it still stands today. There will be no reloaded ammunition shot through Glocks.
Probably.
What?
Stoppage there.
What's that?
Probably due to a
I'm pretty sure he double charged one because if you've reloaded any pistols, it's real easy to double charge because you just put a few grains in there, and if you're not careful, you put two of them in there, and it's supposed to be 60,000 units of pressure, and you got 120. Even a Glock will come apart. But it could be a squib load, but his blew up. It didn't blow up in the barrel. It blew the whole slide and everything up. So it was a pretty catastrophic failure. But a squib load could do the same thing, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But in some cases, like Glock doesn't recommend you shoot these fully or even lead alloy bullets because of the buildup that gets in the barrel and stuff like that. So there again, as an instructor, you kind of need to be aware of what people are bringing to the range. And what you're probably going to see more than likely with people that are the ammunition they're carrying for duty will be some type of hollow point or maybe a soft point like this one. Or this is gaining in popularity, these frangible bullets that they hit and they fragment. I also am an EMT, and I go to these EMT refresher and seminars to get my continuing education. We have medical doctors coming from all kinds of hospitals going, hey, you guys, there's some bullets out there that are bad right now, and they show x-rays where somebody gets shot once and they pull up the x-ray and it looks like a Christmas tree. I mean, there's pieces going everywhere in there. So they're getting more popular, so you may see stuff like that, but there again, they're probably not going to bring that to qualify with because they're very expensive. All right, cartridge components. Here's a national rendering of it. And then here's a Jeff Winfrey rendering of it. This is the honest to goodness stuff right here. This is a live cartridge loaded, ready to roll. Then this is the case, the powder, the bullet, the primer pocket where the primer goes, and then the data stamp where you can tell what kind of cartridge it is. And then here we'll talk about stoppages. And Blaze, I think you use a different terminology for what you call different things. In my law enforcement training, an emergency reload was either you're out of ammo or for some reason your pistol has stopped shooting. So that's an emergency. You got to reload. A combat reload that what we called it, you've been shooting has subsided for whatever the reason. Maybe you've neutralized the threat, but you're not sure. At that point, you could take that partially spent magazine, you can remove it, put it in your pocket, load a fresh magazine, you're back on target, and you're ready to go again. What else do you call that? What do you call that?
Proactive reload or a tactical reload?
So tactical would be the same thing as a combat?
In my experience, combat, emergency, and slide lock or speed.
Got on slide 239,
This is 239.
you have administrative upload on there.
Right, and that's what we called, well, we'd top it off.
Yeah.
We'd have it loaded, we'd holster it, take the magazine out while it's in the holster, top it off, put the magazine back in, sweep to make sure your clothing wasn't hung in it, you're off. So you got a fully loaded magazine plus one in the chamber. And that's what we called it. So you know, I think it's good if we're going to teach. We just need to decide what we want to call it. That's what I'm used to calling it. That's why I put combat back in there. If we want to call that a tactical, whatever we want to call it, we just need to decide and let that be what it is. Because I think all these are important types of reloads. Because I mean, you know, you don't want to handicap yourself by not having as many rounds as you are capable of having. You don't want to defeat your own purpose. What?
So we don't live in D.C. Well, back in Jeff and I's day, we had a New York reload.
Yeah.
That's before Jeff's day. I didn't want to.
Well, did you know Frank Denuzzo? He's the one that he was a retired New York State trooper that came and taught us about the Glocks.
Yes. Very good.
So.
Yeah, you used to come out with a second gun, there's no reload. In New York.
So, what do y'all want to? Anybody got any serious heartburn over this, or what do you want to call it? I just need to know where we can.
I'm fine with it. Yeah.
Whatever I talk about.
Whenever I talk about it, I list all the names of all of them just in case different people hear it different places. I'm like, hey, here's what we're going to call the combat reload. You may have also heard it as this, that, and the other. Then I personally call it the proactive reload. Most commonly, it's the tactical reload or the administrative. And
I'm good with that. I'm good with that because, I mean, I don't want to dictate to 400 people across the state. You know, I mean, this all needs to be taught. So when somebody, you know, they know what's going on and what needs to be done and what's safe and what's an acceptable practice. So, for 239, just put something about tactical reload.
You could just put a note. There are many other different descriptions of.
But what I was going to put is, you know, like combat, or I could put tactical and then combat in parentheses, and then just maybe put a blurb there that there's several different words to describe these. Your instructor will use whatever he uses and explain what it is. Maybe I can just say it that way.
honestly, just put it in the notes. Be like, hey, you may have different words. Use whatever you want.
Yeah, I can do that too.
Just
I can
put some
put that in the
quotations
notes.
around those and be done with it.
All right, I'll dress that one up a little bit. I got a pretty good idea. And I'm just for right now, I'm going to call this an emergency reload. You know, you've been shooting, it's stopped shooting. It really doesn't matter whether you're out of ammo or you got some other problem. You got to deal with it, right? So you're going to tap rack ready, tap the magazine, because you know statistically, if a gun stops shooting, especially if it's a semi-automatic, it may be that the magazine is not seated properly. So tap the magazine, rack the slide. You know, you may sacrifice a live round in the real world of things, but you know, if it wouldn't shoot, it's not any good to you anyway. And then you make it ready. If the threat is still present, you can fire whatever you need to do at that point. If the magazine is empty, we always teach drop it on the ground. It's of no use to you if it's empty in a gunfight. I mean, if you have the luxury to go get you a box of ammo and load it back up, you're probably not going to be justified in shooting somebody because you're not going to have that kind of time. Okay, here's where I talk about misfires, hang fires, and squib loads. Misfire, firing pin hits, it doesn't ignite the primer, it doesn't explode, it doesn't fire. A hang fire, which to me, if you've ever shot a flintlock muzzle loader, that's how they work when they're working right. You pull the trigger and a bunch of stuff happens and then finally it shoots. Well, sometimes you have that with a modern firearm. So if you pull the trigger and maybe it pops or makes a little noise and then all of a sudden it shoots, that's a hang fire. So you've got to make sure you keep your muzzle pointed in a safe direction until it's either fired or you've reasonably determined it's not going to. Squib load. Lunch is over. Squib load, that's where you have a not enough charge, maybe and I'll be honest with you, I've never had anything like that with factory ammo. We did open a box one night and the bullet in one of them just fell out and the powder fell out with it. That was a little unusual. But I was a firearms instructor for about almost 25 years, and I just never saw too many problems with factory ammo. Now, if you got Joe the gun plumber reloading for you, you've got to be careful, because
I just wanted to note, slide 244, there's a repeated word.
44,
Yep. Sorry to jump back, but
is the whole slide repeated?
no.
Oh.
Many rounds RR.
Just so you understand it.
RR is for the pirate.
Let the record reflect that was destined.
I still don't see it. I'm sure it's there.
Right there.
Second
First
bullet point.
bullet, last line.
Where it says rounds are left in your magazine.
Second bullet.
Second bullet, fourth, last line on the bullet.
Where it says many rounds.
Oh, I see it now. See, I'm a terrible editor when I'm
All right, I
doing
just
my own
noticed that when I was
stuff.
flipping through.
I mean, if I wrote it, it's got to be right? So I just didn't see it. Okay, so 244, I'll fix that. So anyway, this gives you a kind of a long definition. This tells you kind of what to do if you experience one of these things. And of course, anytime a firearm runs out of ammunition, you're going to have a stoppage. That's a no-brainer. How many of y'all run what we call a hot range, where you tell everybody, okay, we're going to shoot 50 rounds. You load your weapon up right now. You keep it loaded and hot the whole time. Anybody do that, start to finish?
With non-beginning shooters, advanced classes, not with
Okay. All right. Good move. Not that I have to tell you that, but that's a good move. So the reason I said that is somewhere I said in here that you're responsible. Maybe I said on this first. It's your responsibility to keep your firearm loaded and ready for your needs. Well, it is, but in a range situation, you got to do what the range master says. So I don't think that'll confuse anybody, but teach them about double feeds. To me, this is probably the most serious issue that could ever happen, because it is a mess. It's going to require that you think about what you're doing and know what you're doing, and it's going to take a few seconds to fix it. You've got a round, for whatever the reason, maybe it's stuck in the barrel, it may be an empty round. Then you got another round coming in behind it, and depending on what kind of gun it is, you just can't hardly get that fixed. So I would set up a double feed and let them learn how to take the magazine out and fix that problem. And then I go through what to do to fix that problem. Stove pipes, I don't know, do y'all see many of those? You see them with a Glock?
Ammo. Yeah, the wrist, limp wrist.
Now, limp wrist, yes, but I've never, other than that, I've never seen a stovepipe in a Glock. At any rate, set one up, show them how to fix it. Say this is what a stovepipe is. Just shut the slide on a round sticking straight up. Looks like a stovepipe sticking out. Show them how to fix it. Y'all haven't seen this yet, and I'll try to get to it. Blaze sent me a video, and he's going through his sequence and everything. How many of you rely very heavily on the slide stop lever to drop the magazine, or how many of you do the hand over? Most of you do that? Okay. I'm old fogey, so that's what I've taught for so long, and I still think that's. And one of the things is using the slide lock lever is a fine.
That's what it is. It's a slide lock lever. It's locked to hold it. Not
Well,
Depends on the manufacturer.
right, and the manufacturer will say, but here's the point I want to make. It is a fine motor skill to reach up there with your thumb and hit that little thing. So what's one of the first things that leaves you in a fight or flight response? You lose dexterity, fine motor skills become more difficult. Just a point I wanted to point out, and I discussed it, or I sent that back with Blaze, and I know he doesn't like me for that, but it's just an observation. I did list limp wristing, and I think that's an appropriate. I mean, that's just what it's called. If you're shooting, and it doesn't matter if it doesn't have to be a Glock. That's where I first heard that terminology used from Frank Denuzzo, the retired New York State Trooper that came through here teaching for Glock. But basically, any kind of firearm that's designed to be recoil operated, if you're not holding it strong enough and you allow the pistol to dictate what it's doing instead of you holding it and being solid, you're going to have a problem with this. And you can get all kinds of stoppages with that. So chances are, if you have somebody that's got more problems than you can shake a stick at, they're probably not holding their pistol properly. And that's the end of that section. That's a modified car.
That's how you're supposed to hold it. Now they can get it out of the box.
All right, so I think there's 15 questions in this section. First one's about muzzle control. There again, each one of these questions, I've got the answer in yellow, and I refer to which slides you can go back and review if somebody has a question about that. Did we go over the test yet? Okay.
But if we're going over the review questions, those are the tests. So.
Well, that's true.
We did go through the tests. We went over the answers.
That was just the unarmed section, I think.
Oh, okay. You had sent it to me previously.
Jesse and I have been over it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, we'll go through it real quick. And like you said, we've kind of gone through, but if you see anything here, just point it out. Identify the parts. That's one that's on the test. Semi-automatic and revolver. What does rifling mean? Focus on the front sight. Something you stand behind that'll stop a bullet is cover. If it just hides you but a bullet can pass through it, it's concealment. Safest way to know you're using the correct ammunition, use a data stamp on the weapon, data stamp on the ammunition, data stamp on the box, make sure they match. The cartridge components is on here. Emergency reload occurs when the shooter's weapon is empty and slides locked open. If you have an emergency reload, what do you do with the empty magazine? Drop it on the ground. identify the different types of malfunctions, misfire, hangfire, squib load. If you're shooting a semi-automatic and you encounter a stoppage, one of the most deadly is a serious double feed. And what order must you correct it? So the first thing you do is remove the magazine, then you work the slide, because if you leave the magazine in there every time you work the slide, now you've got a triple feed and a quadruple feed, and now it won't even open. So remove the magazine first, work the slide, make sure that it's clear, replace the magazine, work the slide, and charge. Right, and fix that. I spelled it wrong at one place, and then I went back and corrected it, and I noticed that I spelled it wrong at another place, and obviously I did that again, so I'll fix it. All right, so this next part, I'm sorry.
Excuse me, gentlemen, we're having some sidebars here that we can hear. Thank you.
All right, moving on. This is the part about shotguns. And I'll just put up here, this section is optional. If you're not carrying a shotgun on duty, there's no need to cover these slides. So if y'all are teaching a class and nobody in there is going to be shooting a shotgun, you can just pretend like this section is not here. And you can devote the time spent to something else. But if you are going to teach the shotgun, here it is. They're authorized to carry shotguns. And if they're not, then 236 through 254. And that's not right. I need to change. Go to 250. Move those other slides, that'll all change anyway. But all right, so shotguns, muzzle safety again. Here's just a drawing of a shotgun. Not look like the shotgun they use, but it should look very similar.
You can only carry a standard shotgun.
It says a standard 12 gauge, and I'll be honest with you, I'm not sure what that means.
Right.
So does that mean you can't carry a bullpup?
Does that mean you can't carry a double barrel over 9
The way I interpret it is a standard 12 gauge shotgun. We haven't had that specific question. We haven't had to interpret it, but I know we have gotten questions about using other types of ammunition in a shotgun, for example. In our interpretations, if you're changing ammunition, if you're changing anything that would make it either not a standard 12 gauge, or if it's anything else other than that, then it would not be authorized.
So it's based on the ammunition to your interpretation.
I think partially. I think when it talks about the 12 gauge, standard 12 gauge shotgun, that we're. Mm-hmm.
Am I recording now?
Yes.
So we went to the facility, and we had security officers there, and I accompanied the sheriff and chief because the statute says no rifles. So when we went, they were carrying AR-15 style 12 gauge shotguns, which appeared to look like AR-15 223. So would that be considered a standard shotgun when it appears to look like a...
I'm going to say this, and then I may get...
I mean, I know there's common sense with it, but
I may get
when you
called
get into...
down, but that question was asked of me one day, and I said, is it shooting a 12 gauge shotgun shell?
I think it boils down to the caliber of just because it looks like something.
But my question, but that's not, they didn't have this in the 60s and 70s. It's not a standard.
Right.
So it's the perception with the harness holster, with the...
For sure, perception, but also in common usage has to come into play as well.
Yeah.
But you're out in a parking lot with a bunch of guys with AR-15 style looking.
We've had that question before about ARs that look like rifles.
But the magazine does hold 12-gauge shotgun shells.
And I think what we would probably, in that situation, say that that's probably fine, that that's probably a 12-gauge shotgun at that point. I probably need more information to look at it, but it's definitely something that we need to reevaluate, because I know that language is very specific and maybe not industry standard anymore.
Well, when does a shotgun not be?
I have no idea. I really don't know what that.
When it shoots something other than a 12 gauge
Right.
round.
So when I would agree with that.
Right.
So like you can modify your chokes. That would be something I would consider not standard. It's a modified choke that takes your 12 gauge and it takes your normal grouping or whatever it is and modifies.
Yes, but I would argue that that's actually a good thing.
Yeah, but
So I don't think that chokes, in and of themselves, chokes are standard. The word modified choke doesn't change what it's doing to the gun.
yeah,
Like they could have called it improved choke, because there's
Yeah.
one that's called that too. It
Yeah.
doesn't change the standardness of the shotgun. Shotguns are hard in
I'm
general.
not sure what that.
In my mind,
language means either.
that would be a standard shotgun, pump automatic shotgun. But when you take one that's AR-15 with a magazine, banana clip magazine that's as long as my arm, that holds 30 or 40 rounds, I think you've moved to a different level.
I think that would not be standard at that
You can
point.
buy an extension right here and screw this off and bring this out to right here.
And that's a police model, and that would be standard.
12 gauge, in my opinion, yes, it is. Whether it'll shoot one round or 12, as long as it's a 12 gauge.
When it comes to the 12 gauge round,
How many 12 gauge?
It was written. Are y'all talking? Was all that?
No.
No, it didn't exist.
Okay, so what we're looking at is a law that was written.
I don't think we should try to
It should,
try to make it more constricting by any means.
The way the manufacturer is on it now, it should be changed to fit now.
Maybe the verbiage
I
has to
agree.
change.
And I think there's the easiest way, if you have someone who's coming to you and say, this is the type of shotgun that I want to use, and you're looking at it going, no, this may not be a standard 12 gauge shotgun. Obviously, we can make a rule change that takes time, but when you look at the list and it says, or other firearms approved by the commissioner, the better way to do it, instead of saying, go out, especially if you own a company, or if you're, like Dustin Madison with Dollywood, or, anyone else who works with the company versus the trainer, I would say contact the commissioner and say, I would like to have this weapon approved as a list of other types of, my interpretation is this may not be a standard 12 gauge shotgun, and that's a much faster process than saying, we want a rule change or a statute change. I think that way you can get a faster response before you put that person on post. And then two, it does protect you too, especially if you're working with the company, because you can say, I haven't put this person on a post with a gun that's not approved yet. You could wait for that. So I think that's probably the easiest way, but I agree. It's an old regulation, probably is not with where the industry is now in terms of modifications and changes. When it was written, that's probably what you're looking at right there is the standard 12 gauge shotgun. So that may need to change. Did you have?
yes, if we're going to go into what the ATF classifies as a pistol and use that as a determination of whether it's a pistol, you could argue that a standard 12 gauge shotgun, by all metrics using the ATF's definition, does it have the 18-inch barrel? Does it operate as a shotgun? Awesome. If it's any other weapon, because you use that phrase, let's say they have a TAC-14. That's not a shotgun. Even though it's a shotgun by any other name, you can put the Mesa Tactical back-end piece. You could have a grip and a brace and all that other stuff. That's not a standard shotgun. A standard shotgun has to have the 18-inch barrel and essentially a smooth bore. Really, those are your classifications. And shoot 12 gauge. Everything else, you're arguing aesthetics.
I think that all makes sense, but sometimes maybe it's easier to say, let's get permission from the commissioner before putting someone on post with something that could be interpreted one way or the other. Because I think that's the easiest way to do it, is to say, let's get the approval first instead of trying to ask for forgiveness afterwards. I agree with you, though, and I think it could be a situation where it could be correct, it could be incorrect, but the easiest way would be to get it added to the list of approved firearms.
None of the verbiage that you just used existed in 1980, whatever it was. The equipment didn't exist. I don't even think an extended magazine stuck way out there existed, but it may have. But the AR styles, this didn't exist. back
Those
then.
things didn't exist,
go
but
back.
they didn't change what a shotgun was.
I agree, but it's just
Let me
our
go back to the-
language.
let
the
me go
point
back to
we're
this
trying to make is our
situation.
language doesn't fit.
Let me go back to the situation where we went to this parking lot to address these security officers. They didn't work for me. I didn't train them. They were in our county, and they did have their armed security guard license, but it had firearms. It had firearms. I mean, but it did not specify shotgun. So therefore, we said you got to put them up.
They're in violation at that point. You're right.
Okay. But
Let me
they
ask you
qualified. They qualified with it. I don't remember the trainer's name. Somebody in, I think, Knoxville. But sometimes
I don't
these
know.
licenses will say
I
firearms
think all
and
of mine, I
shotgun.
submit all of mine with shotgun qualifications with every one of my officers, and I don't think their license says.
Some of them say shotgun on the back, and some of them say, and some of them don't that are
Their
qualified
armed
with
guard
shotgun.
licenses say that on the back
It's a modifier. For a shotgun.
for our guards.
You won't see many of them.
Mr. Winfrey, my point is,
Somebody just show me one because I didn't know.
So
that
there's an
I don't know that exists.
Counsel, for clarification, is what I'm trying to explain. Armed guard license, on the back it will say
every year.
firearms. There's some that don't have anything, and then there's some that have said shotgun, but I have not seen many of them shotgun. There's no consistency with it.
How do we know to do? I mean, if they qualify with a shotgun.
He might send his in, but I see very few. I don't always see him.
If someone
When I
qualifies,
work one that's got a shotgun, I don't do anything special.
Maybe we need to talk about
And I think that was something we'll have to
We do
look at
need
to
to-
add that to the
Yeah.
card, because I think that that's something we can correct easily.
I'd hate for something to happen.
adds a pistol to their license, the license doesn't change.
I
But then if
have-
someone
I
has a
have one
shotgun
of the
later
new-
on, technically today it still
Miss-
doesn't change.
Miss
They don't
Cody,
get a
I
new
have
card.
one of the new armed guard licenses that came on the hard plastic, and it just says I'm an armed security officer, but I'm qualified with a firearm and a shotgun, but it doesn't
And
specify.
the only way we would know that is to go look at your record
Training
on CORE,
records,
and we'd see that.
Right.
I'm
but-
not aware that they ever printed on there.
Well, maybe they haven't. We'll just have to look at it.
And I may be wrong too. I just.
We'll
I think
look
we
at
should-
that. I think
yeah.
that's.
Yeah, we definitely.
While we're
need
on
to
the
clear that
subject,
up.
is there any limitations to what type of shotgun ammo they can use? Throwing it out there.
Just to qualify with it, as far as I'm aware of.
The other meeting you said slug, but I mean, why not double lock bug? I mean, I don't know.
We need to talk about it.
Oh shit! Now this is going to get. We're getting ready to go off in some rabbit trails. There's 50 or 60 types that are never going to be allowed. That common sense is going to say don't carry. I mean, I know where he's going with this, but I do got a question. Functionality. Is there any designation, or if I just missed it, between fully automatic and semi-automatic shotguns? No. There's no designation. So you can
Fully
have.
automatic and semi-automatic.
Yeah, I mean, in this, have we had that anywhere?
Fully automatic shotgun is first off regulated by the ATF as you know,
But we don't have that. here.
NFA items.
Only thing it says about a shotgun is the word standard.
So it just says shotgun. Standard.
The standard 12 gauge
It
shotgun.
doesn't say that I can't have a fully automatic shotgun.
Do what?
It doesn't say that I can't.
It says
Didn't
a.
say that about a pistol either, but.
Right.
Right. So I think the.
But you can.
Well, in security work, I don't know anybody's.
But you can.
Right. I think the question is going to be as to whether or not it's still a standard 12 gauge shotgun at that
If I were
point.
you, I wouldn't go down that rabbit hole.
I don't want to. I don't want to. But I just want to understand. Like, there's no. I'm not arguing for this, guys. I just want to be clear.
No, I understand. But I think that's the ambiguity, and I think that's why, in 2005 we added, new guns specifically that were added by the commissioner. I think if you have a question, or if you have someone that's coming to you for training with something that's questionable, I would say just contact the commissioner and say, this isn't on the approved list. Would you consider adding it?
Yeah. And I'll submit to the commissioner for the AR shotgun because I'm considering going to those from a traditional pump.
Nice.
Personally.
Nice.
Because if I'm going to be going against an armed
And you got bears up there?
Oh, yeah.
You got bears.
Lots of them. I got a picture sent to me on the way today of a black bear on our property.
I bring this up because and maybe Blaze could help me with this, but I mean these were modified ARs with they look like they just walked out of a SWAT van or whatever.
Yeah, I looked
My
them
guys
up
are
on
gonna
the
carry
internet
them
because
like
I didn't
Crap.
even know they
And
existed.
The magazine was a banana magazine. I bet it held, I don't know.
Yeah. They're not
What is the
gonna carry
capacity
them
of a
around.
magazine for a 12-gauge AR? I mean, can you get them up to 50?
Seven or
Can you
eight.
get a
Depends on which
drum?
ones. It depends
No,
on which ones.
most
Drum.
most of the ones that you're talking about, they're shotgun shells. Plus, you got the spring and the follower.
Yeah.
Those are usually like 10-round magazines, so they look more
Yeah,
intimidating
but
than
when
they are.
put 4 or 5 in their vest here and they got a helmet on, I mean, it's just,
Probably want to replace them people.
you know what I'm talking
My guys ain't going to walk
All right,
around.
so
with them.
let's
That's what I mean, yeah.
let's get back and try to get
But
through
dragon's
this.
breath
but
is allowed.
we will definitely look up and
Exactly.
check on some of that. I just did a little bit more talking about the choke tubes.
Hold on just a second, Jeff. Make a note, Megan.
Or not doing.
On the
guard license.
guard license.
Yeah, I haven't seen modifiers on the guard's license.
So, if that is a modifier, and that is something you're going to be taking the time to look for, is it too hard to list out the make, model, caliber of the firearms that guards?
No, they're talking about modifiers on the license.
Yes.
Yeah.
If they're going to be looking for shotgun to write shotgun on there, why not write Glock 17 9mm? I'm just saying.
Okay.
But I think that's a good point, though.
Well, on a trader's license, the old-fashioned trader's license, you would have the name and certified trainer. You'd flip it on the back, and it would say what you could train for. It would say firearms, unarmed, and then the non-lethal stuff.
It still works that way.
Okay, but on the armed guard license, it just says on the front the photograph, the name,
Yes.
and then it says armed security officer,
Yes.
guard officer. But it doesn't. I've seen some that you flip that says firearms on the back. Well, firearms is a broad. I mean,
I don't know how that got on there because when I process them,
that could be a handgun or a shotgun.
right. And when I process them, I don't have I don't go somewhere and click something to make that happen. If I'm supposed to,
I think it'd be something we explored to add.
we're not aware of any modifiers.
Okay.
For trainers, yes,
Right.
but guards, no.
I just think that's something that needs to be visited, especially for Dustin's men. If they're going, if they need shotguns because of what y'all do, I mean, their license needs to say that they've been trained with. Wouldn't you?
Well, their paperwork does.
Their
so-
paperwork does, and we've got that on file.
They just say this wasn't illegal. My paperwork's in there.
If the sheriff of Sevier County calls me up and says, "Hey, I got a Dollywood security officer here that's got a shotgun. Is he supposed to have that? Well, what's his security number?" Yeah, he qualified with it, so he can have it. I'm going to know that, but it's not going to be written on his license.
I got it.
All right, so
They took her juror.
I explained a little bit here about choke. I will tell you, I had a guy one time qualified with a shotgun. He had a slug barrel on it. He was killer with slugs, but buckshot from 20 yards in, it wouldn't even hit the target he was shooting at. It was slinging it out, and it was going off target. It was a rifled slug barrel, and it was a disaster.
He was from Indiana, probably.
He's from right here in Nashville. He's an armed guard now with a shotgun. So anyway, I talk a little bit about shotgun chokes, and I showed one here, and I'm going to be honest with y'all. I wasn't going to go out and buy a cylinder choke tube, so I turned the wording around on the backside, and I called that a cylinder, but it looked just like it. So you'll have to take my word for it. That's a cylinder choke tube. and that's the wrench to change it with. And that's how they work. It tells you to unload before changing the choke. You wouldn't think that you'd need to tell somebody that, but that does require that you be all over the muzzle of that gun to change that. And then here's another type of shotgun choke tube wrench. This is ammunition for a shotgun, and I went ahead and showed what the slugs look like versus the buck. And I think we need to have a serious conversation about that. I have no idea where the buckshot only came from, but I think that's dangerous.
Thank you.
I think it's extremely dangerous.
It's
and
very
it's only
confusing
in the
'cause-
suggested curriculum, and we need to look into that.
It's confusing because, yeah. Because you have to qualify with that.
I was gonna
But
say, was he the only
therefore,
one?
when you carry, if you ever have to use it, like on our property, I have it in my policy that you have to use, a solid slug, and you.
But
can't,
you qualified with buckshot.
Yes. Because we have crowds of people.
I don't
so
understand
if we had
that.
to go
I
out,
really have a serious problem.
yeah, you don't want pellets going into a crowd. And
What is the statute?
Jeff, I got a list of rule changes. I'll just add it.
Okay. Anyway, so just real quick, here's my problem. If you got double alt buck, which is this one and this one of those is 9 pellets, one is 12 pellets. When you pull that trigger, you've got either 9 or 12 projectiles, and you're responsible for every one of them, and you have control over 0 of them, because they're going to go wherever they're going to go. And the farther you shoot, the wider they're going to get, and the more damage they're going to do 9 or 12 times. So I don't know where that goes. But anyway, here's what a shotgun shell looks like if you cut it open. Case, the wad. This keeps the powder charge from blowing through the shot. So it sort of pushes the shot out, and this protects the shot as it goes down the barrel. Primer. This is what buffered buckshot looks like. This particular one had 12 buckshots in it. They're 33 caliber. That's just a little bit, that's a little bit bigger than a 32 auto, a little bit smaller than a 357 Magnum, and you got 12 of them going out through there. You have absolutely no control. I mean, you don't have any control over where the slug goes if you don't shoot it right. But at least with this, you got 12 of them flying out through there. I did look up, I didn't know this, the buffering material is called Grex. Did y'all knew that? That's what it's called. Powder, this particular one had a cardboard wad between the powder and the shot. Talks a little bit about ammunition. Again, demonstrating that you can go and look and figure out whether you got slugs or buckshot and how many there are of pellets and different things. Reminded you that when you trigger, you either got pellets. We go to the next section, which is safety and maintenance. I'm going to go through this real quick. Muzzle safety, again, is always important. The only way to safe way to clean a firearm is to make sure it's unloaded. When should you clean? After it's been shot, anytime it's dirty. I did make a note here. They used to teach us, I think in in-service and at the police academy, that they interviewed prisoners, and the prisoners would say that they'd go in and they would assess either police officers or security guards just by looking at their pistol. And if it had dirt and leaves and sticks in the
Shoes.
holster in the trigger guard,
Guns in their shoes.
they were pretty sure that they could overtake that guard and get his gun away from him because he obviously don't play with it very much. So, when it's looking like it's nasty, you probably ought to clean it. First thing, point it safe direction. Ready to clean it. Here's where I mentioned that all firearms come with an owner's manual with instructions on disassembly and cleaning, maintenance, and storage. If you purchase a used firearm without a manual, check with the manufacturer. You might be able to still get a manual. What's that? Okay. Section. I put that on every slide, so you're going to see that every time. Remind you again, move the magazine first. If you don't do that first, you may load what was otherwise an unloaded firearm. So always remove the ammunition source first. Quad lock lever, you can lock the action open. If you have a pump shotgun, some have a magazine cut off and you can flip that and you can work it and get the ammunition out of the chamber and it'll keep the rest of the ammunition into the magazine. That way you don't have to cycle every round through the shotgun. They're not all made that way. This is where the owner's manual is handy to have. It'll show you and tell you how to use that. This is a big stickler that I want everybody to make sure that you reiterate. When you get ready to clean your firearms, you need to move the ammunition away from the cleaning area. What happens with live ammunition and firearms? They get together and have a party. Somehow, I don't know how it happens, but if you got live ammunition laying around, it's going to find its way into a firearm. So separate the two. You don't need it in the cleaning area. When you're cleaning, you're not shooting. And I did mention here at the bottom of this slide, safety is a mindset and a habit and only comes from developing good habits. Everybody thinks a habit is something bad. There are good habits, and it takes the same amount of effort to form one. Now we're talking about you've unloaded it, you move the ammunition in a safe area, you're ready to clean it. If you're, and I've mentioned here, if you're issued a firearm, like if you work for AUS, do they issue firearms? I know Walden Security does. Your group does. So if you issue me that gun, that's not my gun. It belongs to somebody else. So I'm not supposed to do anything other than field strip it. I'm not supposed to know how to get to the spring cups inside the firing pin area. I'm not supposed to know how to get to that. I should never know they exist, except I happen to be an armorer and know that. So make sure you reiterate the fact that they're not supposed to do anything further than field stripping it. I talked a little bit here about gun cleaning supplies. I do mention WD-40 here to not use it because it creates some problems. I mean, if I shouldn't mention that, I guess I can take it out. But people that use WD-40 have problems eventually. It can penetrate the primers and mess up your ammunition, and it also when it dissolves, when it evaporates, it leaves behind almost a waxy shellac type thing, and then that can cause a equipment failure down the road. So I try to have people stay away from that, and if I don't need to mention that by name, I can maybe not. But
What, WD-40? common that people would think to use WD-40 to clean a weapon?
Yes, I've heard of people.
Okay, I would say leave it in. I mean, there's not a common name for it, right?
Anybody looked on WD-40's can to see if that's one of the things they said it's good for? You know the list on the back of the can?
It's a water displacer, is what it is. It is.
Right. Oh, sure.
On a day like today, you go out and it's real cold and that stuff's in there and it's gummy, it will cause failure.
Well, so is WD-40 like the common name of it? Would that be a water displacer? I mean, could you put something like items such as water displacers like WD-40 should not be? I mean, I'm not sure if there's other things that someone.
If
might
they're
look
not
at it.
smart enough to not know to put WD-40 on there, they're not going to put water displacer and WD-40 together.
No, they won't.
Okay.
It'll be in our manual what type of oil stuff to use
Okay.
for that particular problem.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I mean,
If they don't read that,
Use approved lube.
there you go. I think you could put that. I mean, I'm fine with saying WD-40 in there if that's something that's commonly used. You know, I mean, people use things all the time that they shouldn't be using them for.
I just, I don't think sometimes about, I mean, I'll be honest with you. When if I ever teach one of these, I'm going to tell you, don't put WD-40 on that. Don't do that. Because I know from personal experience you'll get a failure. I just want to make sure that it's okay that I put it here, and if I can't, then I'll do whatever.
Fine. I don't think WD-40 is going to start suing people for defamation.
All right. Anyway, so there it is. It does attract this sticky stuff. It attracts dirt and soot. You get unburned powder. A .22 rifle or a pistol is the nastiest gun you'll ever fire. There's all kinds of junk in there, which that's not what we're doing. But other ammunition has the same kind of components. So a good bore solvent, and I didn't say. I just said a good bore solvent, use it. Recommend cleaning from the breech, but a lot of firearms you can't do that. So if you can't, you can clean from the muzzle, but you got to be careful that you don't scrape the cleaning rod against the edge of the muzzle because you can damage the rifling at the end of the muzzle. And what's the last thing that touches the bullet? The muzzle as it goes out. So if you
Person. Sorry.
Well, it could be. It could be. What are we going to do with him?
He's got a job with the police department, it sounds like.
I'm gonna let him sit in Cody's spot the next time there's no microphone. But so anyway, yeah. So you want to take care of the end of your barrel and not run the cleaning rod into it. But a lot of barrels you don't have an option. You have to clean from that end. So make sure you get all the solvent that may have gotten in places that it doesn't need to be. One place you got to be real careful for is you want to remind people, don't get any kind of solvent or oil in the area that the firing pin travels in. A lot of times what it'll do is when you put that inside that tubular area, it creates a little hydraulic cylinder. And that oil in there can slow the firing pin down enough that it won't engage deep enough and hard enough, and it'll cause your firearm not to shoot. So that's one place you don't want to get oil. You want to keep it clean and dry. Okay, lubrication.
2,000 uses of WD-40 does not say fire.
Good. Well, they won't sue us then.
There you go. Perfect.
That's all written on the can?
There's a PDF. I looked up the PDF.
There you go.
Don't use WD-40. It's okay.
Internet doesn't lie.
But don't use WD-40. All right, so lubrication. Follow your manual that tells you what kind of lubrication to use. I know a lot of people think that if it takes one drop, then 47 drops would be better, and that's not the case. Glock recommends, I think, 5 drops of oil, and there's a difference in a drop and a dollop or a squirt. So you can get too much lubrication on there. You're going to reassemble. Now you're going to store. Should you store it loaded? Typically, everything's going to say don't store it loaded. But there again, we're security professionals, law enforcement included. Most of those guns are probably going to be stored loaded because you're only storing it maybe overnight before you go back to work the next day or whatever. So just go over that. And I use the example, if you're a security professional, it would be equivalent to parking your car in the garage at night, jacking it up, removing all the tires.
At least put it in park.
Yeah. So we don't do that, right? So you wouldn't necessarily completely disassemble and unload your firearm and put it somewhere where it's inaccessible. And if you're a security professional and you rely on that for, again, it's not like a hunter and a hunting tool. Again, as a firearms owner and a security professional, you may need to keep your firearm loaded more than unloaded. But it's always your responsibility to make sure you store it safely, out of the reach not only of children, but also careless adults. I think there's more adults that end up shooting people accidentally, or it used to be. We've got quite a few children doing that now. They shouldn't be allowed to get to it. We used to teach our folks, we carried level 2 security holsters, and it was pretty hard to get the pistol out of the holster if you're wearing it. If you're not wearing it, it's almost impossible to get it out of the holster, out of that security holster. It's just awkward. And so that was a pretty good place to store it, especially if you had small children. They're not going to get it out, more than likely. However, you wouldn't just lay it there in the middle of the living room floor and let your kids crawl around it and do that kind of thing either. So, transportation, storage and transport. Jesse and I have already talked about this. The state of Tennessee's got so many different laws now. I'm not sure who can and can't and should and shouldn't. So it's kind of hard to write just exactly what to do. But basically, whether you store, transport, or anything in between, the safest way, and probably the most legal way, where there's no questions about it, would be unloaded, action locked open, with a gun safety lock, stored inside a locked case, separately from the ammunition. I mean, if you want to know the most legal and the most safe way, that would be the answer. Now, you can just leave it at that. How many people are going to do that? Probably none. But if you ask me the most legal and the most safe way, err on the side of caution. Unloaded, action open, locked with a gun lock, in a case, separate from the ammunition. Can y'all tell me any safer way?
That's the way I do it.
Now, when you get ready to go back to work, what do you need to do? You need to make sure your firearm is loaded when you report back to work. Frank told us about a situation just recently. Get his attention. Remember you told us just recently that somebody was going to return fire at I think it was at Smile Direct?
Yes.
And her gun didn't fire? And why did it not fire?
Because they got shot in the hand.
I thought you said it wasn't loaded.
Oh, that's a veteran officer that did that on body cam. Yes.
Oh, she didn't have it loaded.
Exactly. Her partner wanted to shoot the guy.
So, you know, good for her, not good for her, I don't know. But if you're gonna carry a weapon,
She's not named in the lawsuit now.
yeah. But anyway,
I got a question about that slide in particular. I mean, is there anyone that thinks that that's actually going to happen?
What's that?
That, like at the end of their shift, they're going to unload it, lock it up, take it, lock the action, apply a gun lock.
So
So do we really want to put this in there? Like, are we?
But the slides that you had earlier were talking about the AG's opinion that said that they could legally carry their top of the restaurant.
they can.
So why are we doing this?
Tell me, you want to take it out?
I just-
Load them all up and carry them loaded to the gills at all times.
I think if everyone in this room in good conscience knows that it's not reality, and we know that it's never going to be done that way, I mean, why would we put it in there?
I would do that for long-term storage.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, and I mean, there again, you got two trains of thought here. You've got hunting and recreational use of firearms, but then you've got law enforcement and security use of firearms. It's just like I said, it'd be just like taking your car home tonight and taking the wheels off so nobody will get it and drive it.
That's how they get locked up in our armory.
Absolutely, but I think the problem that I have, not only as a trainer but as a business operator here, is I don't want the precedent that we trained them on not to be what comes to be reality, and then this gets subpoenaed and comes out later on, and they say, okay, why didn't they do this?
Or they
My
get
only
to
thing is-
if they get to their place of work, and let's say they go to load their firearm at that time, whether it's a firearm malfunction, mechanical, or their own issue, the firearm goes off. Now, we told them that they have to store it like this and load at their place of business right before work.
That scares me. Being on the gun range with cops, I've seen more hoods of cop cars blown off because people are loading their weapons back up, putting duty
We
ammo
tell them
in.
that they can't load anywhere except at work. I didn't see that anywhere.
But they
Because
were
they have to
driving
get to work. This is how they have to store it.
in transportation.
Transport it this
Yes.
way.
Yeah,
That's my point.
I don't think that the statute.
that scares me
and the-
more than any of the whole
Yeah,
process
I've
of it.
been there before, in other words, when you leave home to go to work, your gun should be loaded. I mean,
Yeah.
if I was gonna- Before you leave to go to work, make sure your firearm is.
Could we just not?
I mean, I can change that sentence to say that.
And then when they go to work and they're like, hey, how do I transport this to work? And you point back to right up there, unloaded.
We
action.
have already said that as a security professional, the AG says they can load it and carry it to and from work.
Okay. We're separating those two.
So we have already taught that.
Okay.
But if you ask me what is the safest way to transport or store, it's unloaded and everything kept separate. Just because nobody's going to do something doesn't mean it's not the right way.
I just feel guilty if I'm going to sit here and teach this presentation to someone. I don't want to feel hypocritical in it from that perspective, but also as the business owner and operator, if I knowingly am going to engage this and say, hey, this is what you should do, but by the way, I know you're not going to do it, is there not some level of liability here? And now what my bigger fear is the state puts this training curriculum out and it becomes the standard. This is now the standard when it's out, right? When it comes out.
Well, in my opinion, that is the standard anyway. The safest firearm is unloaded, locked up.
Yes. And we teach them that. And they abide by the safest practices. And they drive all the way to work. Transportation, unloaded, action unlocked, all this. They get out of their vehicle. They load it right there in the parking lot before duty. It goes off. Where does that liability fall? I guess.
I don't necessarily say that's the safest place to do it either.
AG's opinion to keep they can't keep their gun loaded to, but there may be by the federal court allowed to carry. I would say so.
arm, and it
How do you want me to say that? Because that's the point I'm trying to make. So how do you want to say it? And it's also a test question. So we gotta either come up with a different test question or come up with how we want to say it.
usually would apply to federal properties, but
Well, right. We're reading state law, so you're right. It wouldn't necessarily apply. There'd be other.
I tell you what, if you want to check it, go up here to the federal courthouse and walk in with it right now.
Right. No.
Call me back and tell me how that works for you.
Was that one phone call they get?
Yeah, the one phone call.
If you only get one, you might want to call for bail money and then write me a letter.
Hey, Jeff, it didn't work. By the way, can I get some bail money?
Who? Blaze who?
What are we going to tell these guys? Pull up in the federal parking lot and start disarming yourself?
by doing that.
And I think what's interesting with this, if this is what we're saying, that I think everyone would agree that this is the safest way, right? This would be the safest, maybe not the most realistic, but it would be the safest. So I think maybe if you left it that way to say this is the safest way.
I can even go with that. I can say that this may not be the most realistic.
But I think the point of it, though,
This may not be personal preference.
right?
Can
I
we
think
just
this is just saying that this is what the safest way to be would talk to your employer about how they would or where too.
Defer to
I think
policy.
the idea of saying we don't want people to sit in the parking lot, and try to put their gun together. I think that obviously we're not saying that's good, but I think there may be somewhere at your place of employment, but there may not be. If you're working at a restaurant, for example, you probably don't want them trying to put together a firearm in the parking lot or in the back of the restaurant.
And what if you're at home in your 3-story apartment doing it and you load it there and it goes off and shoots somebody 2 floors down?
So I think maybe if we put this
Same difference.
This is what is considered the safest way to transport a firearm. However, you may need to consult with your employer about the safe standard that they're going to set to bring the firearm to the post.
We have
Something
to.
like that.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Do we have to acknowledge transport and transportation if we just remove those words? I mean, that's really the only thing, because cleaning, maintaining, and storage are all...
Storage, that's how it's
That's
stored.
exactly what it should be done, but do we have to acknowledge the transportation piece since that's covered under an AG's opinion?
I don't think we'd have to, but I think if we're saying that we want to make sure that guards are transporting guns in a safe way. I mean, because I would hate to say, tell everyone to say, well, refer to this AG's opinion, after class or at some other point. I
Just cite it.
Do what?
We just cite it. We cite TCA in here. We just cite the AG's opinion and say, hey, according to AG opinion, blank, blank, blank. You have the right to, but I would leave it interpretive to their company policy, number one, whatever that is. But number two, where the location may change. And
this is certainly the safest manner. Let's go ahead and I'll acknowledge that. However, the most lawful manner, if I take my gun, holster and all, and stick it in the glove box and lock it, I have abided by all Tennessee laws. And I've not unloaded it or put it in any manner where it could have an accidental or unintentional discharge, whereas that has the opportunity for it.
Right here, so these companies that give the individuals their weapon, duty weapon, you also give them a lock case to put it in, and
Even if it's in the
stuff?
trunk, you can lock it in the trunk, the glove box, or a secure container attached to the vehicle. All are lawful Tennessee.
What do you do, Dustin? Do you give them a case to lock it in or
They
anything?
get the case, they get the gun lock, they get everything that the Glock comes with. And there's a place to lock a
are you suggesting that we issue them a safe? Is that what you're saying, like a lockbox?
I'm just asking.
No.
You give them a gun.
I know they
to
don't,
go
and
to
I know
work.
we don't. And I don't think
We
you
also
do.
It
issue
says
them level
stored
3
inside a
holsters.
lock
Right.
They
case.
walk in and out and ride their motorcycles up and down the roads wearing a level 3 holster to and from work. So
Which is safer than most lockboxes.
But you do give them a case and a gun
Yeah.
lock.
What? Hold on. Can we recognize that comment? I know it said jokingly, but what'd you say? Because it's important. I know. What'd you say?
In the holster is safer because you're not handling the gun.
Right.
That's right.
And most of the time,
the less
if it's-
out.
most of the time you can't get to the trigger either, especially if it's made for a Glock.
And even though we issue them all this stuff, I mean, it's still, I agree with these guys. It's probably, yeah, it's totally, yeah. Yeah.
All of that stuff.
Some of them do issue a action lock. I've taught for 2 different companies that issue the lock, like the ATF says you must have when you sell a new firearm. It's just a padlock with like a cable that goes through the action. You have to unload the gun, put the lock through the action, and lock it back. Some do issue that I know of. 2 of them, the big boys do that.
The Biden administration, I think, has come out with some kind of new regulation that they're going to start making firearms salespeople sell that stuff right there at the same time. Am I mistaken about that?
Well, most firearm manufacturers have a lock mechanism that comes with the firearm. I'm pretty sure that Tennessee, if not the entire United States, you have to sell a lock. The lock has to come with the firearm, period.
That's a federal law.
Yeah,
All
federal law.
new firearms that are sold in dealers, FFLs, there is a lock provided with them. A used gun, that's not the case, but a new gun, that is the case by federal law.
So
I would say on this, required to go to the transport.
okay, so could we say cleaning, maintaining, storage, and certain transportation, the safest way would be to unload it and do these things? Could we say that?
Look at the next slide, Mr. Winfrey. I think
Required
that might help.
to carry your firearm in a transport mode.
I think a lot of what's being discussed is addressed right there.
And that's the whole point. You know, if you ask me the safest way to do something, I'm going to tell you the safest way to do it.
I think everyone in the room, I think Megan even is agreeing that there is no other safer way than what's defined there. But I just think we all know, like you right now know, that's probably not ever going to happen. In good confidence, you know that's not.
Doesn't change the fact that that's still the safest way to do it. Does it?
It does not.
Okay.
But if we knowingly,
that's the whole point I'm trying to make.
if we knowingly teach someone one thing, knowing that reality is another, shame on us.
Well, it's shame on us not to teach that, knowing that that's the safest way to do it.
Well, can we just add something to it?
Well, that's what I keep asking. Other than scrapping it, how do you want to say it? I mean, I don't mind going back and saying.
I don't mind to teach this.
I don't mind.
I don't.
With it, I'll just explain the difference.
I can teach my way out of that.
I don't mind qualifying.
Should we have to? Should we?
I don't mind qualifying the type of transportation that we're talking about. If that's what it takes. Well, Jesse has something. If we can get him back online.
I don't know what's happening. It's blinking green. What if you left that part and said this is the safest way? However, there are other lawful, safe ways to transport a firearm, such as keeping it in your hold, and then you start to delineate those other ways that are both lawful and safe. Is that closer to what we're trying to get, or is that not?
Yeah.
I would put language in there that also says defer to your company policy. You know, defer to whatever your employer says.
The only problem I have with that is you could have a policy that doesn't coincide with the law.
That would be my only hesitation.
I'm not suggesting that you do. I'm just saying you could.
No, I know. Does it remove? Does it change anything? If I did have a policy that was counter to the law, does it change anything?
I think it doesn't change. It doesn't change liability. It changes optics. Maybe it changes a situation where, if you have a trainer who's saying defer to your company policy, and then someone transports their gun, my company told me just to carry it on my seat, and when I pumped gas, someone stole it and then used it to commission a crime. And if they said, well, my company just said to transport it, they didn't say how, And then, when someone sued, so what did your trainer say? Well, my trainer said just do what my company says. Are you going to be liable for that? Maybe not. You're just getting stretched further and further out. But I think maybe.
I see your point. This provides protection for the trainer. And certain.
I'm going to teach you
So the AG's opinion says that you could stay fully armed. However, when you go home, you may have kids, and you probably place where those contact while you're asleep.
I've even said that. At least you could leave it in your level 2 or 3 security holster, and there's a real good chance they couldn't get it out.
But the safest way to store
The
that
safest
firearm.
way would be right here.
You stop it. You stop.
If you're saying this is the safest way to do it, you as the trainer, if something happened where, someone got in trouble, you can still say, hey, we told them what the safest way is. It's up to them to do it. We did also tell them, here's the other lawful, safe ways that they can carry that firearm. Because then that way, if someone does carry it, say someone's riding to work on their motorcycle with it in their holster, you say, hey, that was a safe and lawful way for them to do that. We told them that they could lawfully do that. But we also told them, here's the safest way.
I think you could even remove on that slide 300 the bottom where it says always make sure it's loaded, because it says it on the next 301.
Yep.
And you put a note in there to say there are many different ways to lawfully transport your firearm.
I think we're also trading risks here to Blaze's point that when they go through the process of chambering this weapon out in public repetitively or just pulling it out in general, that we're going to have way more accidents saying, "Hey, they told me to. They told me to do this. They told me to make it safe." Like it is maybe safer. I understand what you're saying, and I agree. But I think the incidents are going to go up if anyone ever actually tries to defer to this.
But there's nowhere in here that I've mentioned that you should wait till you get back to work to load it or put it back together.
Can you go back? Unloaded during transportation. It's unloaded during transportation. So that means when you got to work, you would have to
Load it. Right.
load it.
Okay.
A lot of our people, hospitals, nightclubs, this is not the place to pull out firearms and try to chamber them.
I agree 130,000,000%. And that's why I said make sure it's loaded when you report back to work. Well, you are going to, and it is a violation of the transportation of the safest manner. But I'm telling you, if you're law enforcement or security, you can't do that all the time. It still doesn't make it unsafe.
Probably never did that at TWRA, ever, did you?
I never did unload it.
Right, exactly.
Except when I was cleaning it.
Right. So, I mean, I think this is also an expectation we know is not going to be followed, but we also are saying, hey, you should transport the firearm unloaded, but by the way, when you get to work, it's loaded.
But my little boy, when he was little, he didn't have access to it when I got home either.
Let's flag this one and try to work on some wording and try to come back to it. I think this is one that we need to.
We'll work on it, and
unless there's any other. I'm not trying to cut off the conversation, but it sounds like.
Well, it's also 2:00.
Yeah, we're not getting anywhere, and we're getting close to being through.
Do it. Yeah, we'll come up with some language and send it out. I just want to be respectful of everyone's time. I think some great points are being made, and I don't want to stop discussion, but.
So here's the questions. When should you clean a firearm? After it's been shot or anytime it needs to be cleaned? Unload and secure the ammunition. Muzzle point in safe direction. Remove the magazine. Empty. Visually inspect. You should only field strip it. Clean it from the breech. Lube it up with a few drops according to the manufacturer's specifications. The most safe way to store a firearm is unloaded, action locked open inside a safe or a vault. Nobody can argue with that in my opinion on that one. Most legal way to transport a firearm, we'll do whatever y'all want to say about that. But
You are allowed to have a loaded gun in your car today and have for almost 11 years.
So that changes. That says most legal.
Legal way, I don't like that term.
Don't like 48 or 49.
Yes. So last time it said most safe way. I'm with you. Most legal way, the way that I think everybody is making the argument, that's what people are going to do. The question isn't coinciding with what we were arguing about earlier.
I think we'll flag that and figure out.
Do we
That's
need
right,
to
let's-
change this question?
Yes.
Yes, we changed that about 11 years ago when we basically put into
Extension of your cat, yeah.
Okay.
you were allowed at that point to have a loaded gun in your car if you could legally possess the car.
Homework for you 8. Send me a question.
Well, since it's the same answer for both, can it be a totally different question
Absolutely.
related to another?
It can be the same. It can be a totally different question and a totally different answer. We just need to make sure that we covered it in the PowerPoint presentation, and it needs to be important.
Yeah. There's no question about firearms nomenclature. I just want that to be said.
Okay.
So,
You had a drawing where you matched up stuff or something.
fill in the blank.
Go to the actual test and scroll down. You'll see the picture.
In the test? Okay. Okay. I was just the review questions that I was looking at.
Well, so, the review questions.
Hey,
Yeah.
good news.
Hold on.
What, you're leaving?
Maybe. Keep going. Keep going.
That's in.
You got the same fucking problem.
That's in the other section.
Yeah, it's in the other section. I just, when we were going through the
it's
review
Friday.
questions, I didn't see anything like the
They
three
did
major
this shit on purpose.
parts of a firearm
They
is
put it
frame,
on
action,
Friday.
barrel, or something like that. I didn't see anything that.
This
30 and
Friday's not a
31.
Tuesday.
Parts of the semi-automatic. Parts
Okay,
of
there it
the
is. Yeah. You're right. Okay, it is.
All right. So real quick.
Mr. Winfrey,
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm going to be the most least popular guy in the room right now. When we stop at this point, when we get to how to submit the information to the state of Tennessee, we've outlined that this is an 8-hour class. We got about 2.5 hours of content here. It's less content than what we have for the general training. And that's what I'm going to ask all the committee members is we need more content in here. This is not enough. This isn't even close to enough.
Well, in my opinion, instead of content, we need to be, because we ain't gonna shoot but 100 times.
I agree,
Maybe.
but
So we
due to
need
my-
to be going through all these practical exercises.
Respectfully,
Holster,
though.
dry fire.
respectfully though, we've got 2.5 hours of content.
How did you add that up? How did you add?
It's the same way I added it up for the unarmed. When you
Take the
got
number of slides.
if you take 30 slides is 15 minutes of content. 30 slides is 15 minutes content. Just like you did, some of them slides you're going to skip right over a title slide. When you average it all out, in the first section A, we got 61 minutes of content. In section B, we get 75 minutes content. In the last section C, 15 minutes content. And that's where I'm trying to say we're doing less training and putting a weapon in these folks' hands, and I got a problem with that.
Well, but what I got a problem with is the fact that all this stuff's not gonna make them capable of carrying a weapon.
I agree.
What's gonna make them capable of carrying a weapon is carrying it and shooting it, and we're only gonna let them shoot 100 times, maybe.
Yes, sir. And I'm not, we're on the same team. I'm just saying, if we were to, we at least need 4 hours of content. And if you want to say 4 hours of every kind of exercise you could possibly do before we go to the range for 4 hours, I'm on board.
Well, this has nothing to do with the range. This is.
I understand. And that's what I'm trying to bring out is we've got 2.5 hours of content for something that you're saying is an 8-hour class. If we want to spend, are we saying then we want to spend 5.5 hours of doing dry fire drills?
Yes, because you've not seen the guys come.
No,
through
no, and
fast.
I'm just saying, I don't, I think if we were to balance it,
More hours.
Days on dry fire.
I'm not,
But that's my whole point.
But I think back to your so this is, I mean, the statute says 8 hours of classroom hours and 4 hours of marksmanship. And I think if we're looking at the statute, just purely at the statute, with the 8 hours, it says 8 hours and then passing examination covering these topics: legal limitations, handling of firearms, safety and maintenance. And I think that
Weapons retention, do we even cover weapons retention?
We really didn't talk about that, and we probably ought to put that in there. But see,
Suggested curriculum things, I want to say, is potential.
Yeah, so that's another section I think we might need to add is weapons
One of the
retention.
things-
and that could be a little more content, but I can.
In every class I've ever done, I teach it and I show it. And I pull somebody up in front of the class
Oh, I'm sorry.
and we go through it.
But I'm gonna I think better than telling you is I'm gonna drag you out here in the middle of the floor. I'm gonna try to take your gun away from you, and I'm gonna make you retain it, and make me sorry I tried to get it.
I spent a lot more time than those couple slides on the grip. I focus a lot of my time in the classroom on the grip with
And
glue
that's
guns. I use glue guns.
that's also my intention, because I know we're going to have people ask, can any of this be done online? And in my opinion, the PowerPoint part of this could possibly be done online.
I'd say the unarmed section could be done online, but I would never.
I would never.
Well, like I said,
I would never sign off on anybody.
like I said, the 2 hours of
Do
just
it.
going over these laws and all that kind of stuff, I don't know what difference it would make. But the rest of it, 6 hours or 5 hours of dry firing, weapons retention, aiming, trigger control, sight, all that
Drawing and
repeated over
holstering.
and over, that's got to be done.
Scanning,
Yeah.
all that stuff,
That's got to be done in person.
in the drawstring.
can we develop any type of here's the concern. I think this is what Angel is getting at as well. If you say this is the standard that the state is giving you and it gets to 2.5 hours, are we going to have trainers who get through this PowerPoint, just
Be done.
just the
Yes.
PowerPoint,
Oh,
and say,
Yes.
all right, let's get to the range. So
And I don't think there's anything way we can prevent that.
I think there is, and I think how we have to do this, we have to build into here and saying the expectation now. Here's practical exercise. Show a picture and say, okay, for the next 10 minutes, 20
Or
minutes,
demonstrate a video or something.
yes, exactly.
We
Figure out
can
ways
do that,
to add
and I
those
hadn't put
practical-
any videos in here because I don't have any. So
Oh,
Go through the grips, and you go through the stances, and you do stuff like that live in the class. I mean, it's going to take longer than what Angel's talking about.
no, please, I want everyone to understand. I agree. I would, like Mr. Winfrey saying, I'd rather spend 6 hours on hands-on, but nowhere in the curriculum has that been outlined, and that's my concern.
And yes, I'm hearing you exactly on that. And I think that that's what we need to do, because my concern is everyone in this room might say, okay, well, here's the stances. Let's all get in the stance. Let's practice that. But if you're going to have some trainer who's not on the committee, hasn't gone through all this, and they say, the state's giving me this PowerPoint, okay, I got through this, I guess that's it, and then they send them to the range. I think if we can figure out a way to create stopping points through this and say,
Well-
here's practical exercise.
Says, why don't you just demonstrate and put some time on there, 10 to 15 minutes or
Sure.
something like that.
Precisely.
Sign off for them to do, that they keep in their records, that they actually.
Like that a lot.
because all the things that we're doing or talking about, all the things that we're talking about can fit inside all of those things specifically, where we're not taking away or adding to the curriculum. We're just enhancing what's there by doing all these things.
That's really my intent. I'm just going over. I mean, this is just kind of the guideline, but my intent is to use this extra time to do what I think is important, which is I can't teach you how to carry a firearm for a living, except to put one in your hand and say, shoot that, shoot this twice, shoot faster, shoot more accurate. And I got to watch you do that. Well, if you're only going to let me shoot 50 times and then you're going to show me you can do it, I don't like that. That's
I'm-
not enough.
Not to mention when we're talking about taking apart and cleaning the firearms, you're coming from the perspective where everybody had a Glock. If I stand up in front of the class and I say, do this, everybody does the same thing. I'm in here and everybody's got a different pistol. So if I want to have everybody do that, I have to walk around, and sometimes I have to learn on the fly real quick and pretend like I know what I'm doing. And I have to figure out how to take apart 10 different guns and then get them all to put them back
I'd
together.
be just like you, or probably worse, because if it ain't a Glock or a Smith & Wesson, it ain't in my vault.
If it's a high point, I just put it by the door to keep it open.
You're gonna put a curriculum together that's going to time you out exactly to the statute, word for word, and you're just gonna get up there.
I agree,
That's the
but
point
I
I made
disagree,
earlier.
and this is where I'm saying, about four committee meetings ago, Frank brought up that there was a trainer that was actually doing the entire armed and unarmed training in one day. And that's all I'm concerned about here, is that if we say, I'm not saying that we should learn everything from the PowerPoint. I'm more concerned that someone's going to look at this who wasn't on this committee, is going to go through all this and said, I've checked all the check marks, I'm done, you're certified, and they went through
And you're
6.5
probably right.
hours of training.
I agree. And my intention is that you do spend all this other time and that's what I was hoping, that we would only have 2 or 3 hours of content, because I think you've got to, if I'm going to teach you how to run a bulldozer, I'm going to put you out there on it and let you push some dirt, It's the same thing here. If I'm going to teach you how to use a gun, we got to be able to do that. And that's my intent, that's my intent for all of us to be able to go over this material and then do it. So if we need stops in there and extra slides that says spend 15 minutes doing this or spend 30 minutes doing that, then I'm all right putting that in there, because I think it's important too.
I'd be more inclined to, if you look at the Word document that you sent with the PowerPoint, if we were to adjust all those times to where it comes up to 2.5 hours, and then as a committee come out, okay, what's the dry fire drills we're going to do for the next 4 or 5 hours, whatever that time is, I think that would be a better direction. Because right now, you're saying that we're going to spend on those slides 5 hours of time, and I'm sitting here telling you, you got maybe an hour and 5 minutes at the most. And that's all I'm trying to bring up.
I agree with you. If all you do is just go over the slides, we can be done. If y'all hadn't had any discussion about anything today, I'd have been done 2 hours ago.
In every class that I've taught, I've never just been able to go through the slides without having a question asked or explain something.
So, to the stances, that's going to take 15 to 20 minutes, just right. I mean, if you're going to demonstrate this stuff, but if you're going to
Weapons retention, even discussing whenever we get the final qualification, giving them range safety rules ahead of getting to the range. A lot of people get intimidated walking into a gun range.
That's one thing I didn't put in here. I did set up that presentation as well, and we're not going to get to it today, and that's okay. But the range rules, I've got a whole list of those in there. So
we have to cover them at the range. It's part,
right.
But
and it wouldn't hurt to
introducing them to, hey, here's your qualification. This is what you're going to expect when we go to the range.
go to the range, here's how I want you to come in.
Of course, you've got 4 hours. You got 4 hours to do that. I mean, how much time? What are you going to do for 4 hours?
I do more dry fire practice. I do more.
So,
We got to think about that, because your video was what, 10 minutes?
7, and that's with me talking and messing it up a lot.
7 minutes, and you shot a whole 50-round qualifier.
I also shoot faster than the average person, so I'm not saying that it has to be done like
And
that.
I understand that too. So let's say you got somebody that is horrible. It takes you 20 minutes, 30 minutes. It still ain't going to take you long to shoot 50 rounds. Especially if you're wanting to go boom, boom, boom. It don't take long to go through 50 rounds like that.
Surprised.
I have a question or a statement too as well. So if Angel, if we're using the Angel method and we're saying it's 15 minutes for every 30, he says he has 2.5 hours. That means we're going to build in time for questions and open dialogue. We said 15 minutes. That's what we were just saying. That's 2 hours of your 8-hour day right there. So we're at 4.5. So am I correct? 2.5 plus if we added 15 minutes for every hour of open dialogue and Q&A, because there's going to be questions.
Always.
So. Right.
You give them breaks?
Right. So we need to come up with, I just want to make sure, like, I understand the homework assignment. Like, we're coming up with an hour and a half worth of exercises or 2 hours worth of exercises. Am I crazy?
Sounds like if you hit 2 hours of exercises, explicitly saying here's 2 hours of exercises, you're much closer to that 8 hours. And I think even if you're saying dry firing, if if someone says I do 2 hours of dry firing, or I would just fill the extra, I think we need to explicitly say how long these should take, because we will have trainers who will get this curriculum.
15 minutes for this particular.
Snap caps. You have to practice the stoppages. Failure to feed, stovepipe, double feed. They got to get hands on
Loading
to
your
do that.
firearm.
Loading your firearm.
Making it ready. Yes.
Jeff, is that how?
And how to get it out in an ergonomic manner and put it in the gun. I'm going to take it.
Jeff, is that our homework? You want us to come back with suggestions
Absolutely.
about what to put?
I want to know every section in this. I mean, the legal stuff, it is what it is. You tell what it is and it's done. There's not much to add there, right? But when you get to the firearms handling part and we talk about a stoppage, I mean, I watched Blaze in his movie that he made, his 7 or 8 minute movie, and he's up here and he's shooting and he flicks the magazine out and he swaps it, he gets another one, takes it out, puts it in there, does that real smooth. You did that and fired 4 rounds one time in 6 seconds. You had a magazine change, very complicated. I think you allowed 8 or 12, 10 seconds. 10 seconds.
Which one are you talking about? 'Cause there's 2 different ones that I have there.
But it was very complicated. You took a magazine out, took one out, put one in, put it back.
Yeah, so I do a tac mag, fire 1 round in 8 seconds.
Okay, and
Which
you
is-
did it in 6 point something.
Sure.
Okay, so
Oh, I went slow.
you know how long it's going to take most people. You know how long it'd take me longer than it used to. I used to could draw and fire in .86, .85. I couldn't even find my holster in .85 now, because I don't do that very often. So how many times is somebody going to have to do that before they can do it in 8 seconds?
That's why I dedicate so much time to dry fire in what I do.
And that's what I'm saying. I don't want 5 or 6, 7 hours of content, because we have got to practice this other stuff over and over and over.
We're in agreement, Mr.
I know,
Winfrey.
we are.
I'm just
But your
saying
point's
that
well taken.
the way the curriculum is laid out, that's what I got an issue with.
And that's good, because I want to go back now and I want to add weapons retention. I didn't even think about that. And it's hard for me to. I need to see this printed out sometime too. It's all virtual to me right now in my
Sometimes
head.
I just need to teach it to an empty room to
Yeah.
see what's missing,
Absolutely.
What are our fillers? There's got to be fillers in here, discussion to points. I know when I'm talking about what a reasonable person would do in a classroom. I go on and I give scenarios and would discuss through them. Is this something that the whole crew that's in the class, is this something that you believe this is reasonable?
Absolutely, because there's that whole section about
20 minutes.
reasonable. I think I mentioned it was 16 times it said something about reasonable.
Yeah.
And so you got to be thinking about that. Would a reasonable person do that?
I agree with you, Angel. I think the curriculum says one thing, and what we have on paper that we're going to disseminate says another. I think we clarify within the PowerPoint what discussion topics we want to expand on.
Right. And now that you all have exactly the same copy I do, you know exactly where we need to insert stuff, and that can help me get it put in there.
If we're saying it's classroom training, that's great. That's all I'm trying to get to is that when we talk about doing the dry fire drills, we should outline what those are and how much time we're spending in a classroom doing those things.
Absolutely. I agree 100%, and that is not there. And I sort of knew that there were some things missing, but I've just not been. I have not stood back away from this and looked back at it. You know, I've just been in the middle of it. So now I'm kind of like y'all. I'm standing back looking at it, and I'm seeing that. Yeah, we need to clarify that. We need to make sure we specify this and that. So, yeah, your point is very well taken. And I wanted to talk to you about that, to apply your formula to kind of see where we are, because I really don't want 8 hours of material to go over. I want.
We don't, because different instructors have different styles.
Right.
Some instructors need a guide and need to glance at that.
Right. And the biggest difference is
Some instructors just sit you in front of a video and say, "Here's the test." I mean,
well, that's true.
You give me what you want to teach, and I review it, and I'm going to.
Right.
So this is where I think I disagree with that.
Well.
But you can't time this thing.
Vehemently disagree. Yes, you can. I've taught the same class. I've taught the same class. Excuse me, sir. I've taught the same class for 10 years, right to the button. I know the questions that are going to come up. I know the discussion that's going to happen, and I got all that canned. And I know in 5 hours and 7 minutes on the dot, I'm walking out of the classroom. I've known that for 10 years. So you can't sit here and tell me that you can't put out a curriculum and follow the doggone curriculum. That's not right. And if we're saying we're going to do 8 hours of training in a classroom and we only got 2 hours of content, I'm good with saying, hey, the rest of the time we're going to do hands-on drills, but we need to define what that is. That's all I'm saying.
100%. Well said. We just need to identify what we're going to do and how long we're going to do it. So that's what I want. That's what I want you to do. Help me work on.
Yes, the same way you said when we first set it up before we start cutting down on.
Right. All right. So with that in mind, let's go over this last part real quick. I told y'all I was going to put this in here about the application process. I put it in the unarmed, and Megan helped me. We've got in there, we've got screenshots of what it looks like in the process. I know a lot of you are helping your people do that, and if you're going to help them do that, then there's some things that I think that we should call special attention to.
This the same stuff that we went over in the last meeting?
Yes.
Because if so, then I don't see the need.
I'm going to buzz through it real quick, just real quick. This is where you go. This is what you're going to see. If you haven't been there before, you create a new account. Once you go in there, you choose PPS, initial
Jeffrey,
arm guard.
There's a page missing. Once you register a new account, them slides don't show up.
So when you're registering a new account and you get ready to log in, you don't go to this page?
No, it takes you to another page and make a password.
Yeah, you do, and then it just takes you to another. There's just a step in between that's not there.
You gotta put an email address in.
I think in the last presentation, we had the password set up and all that in the very beginning. That's all it was.
I'm just saying, when you log in, this is where you're going to start. If you don't have, y'all want me to go back and show how to register a new account and get a password?
I would
can do
make
that.
them mirror to be the same exact one for both presentations, if they're going to be in both.
We can do that, and I'll add it.
Because
So this is where we're going to start once we get in there. We're going to choose PPS, Armed Guard. And once we do that, we're going to select this button right here, and it's going to go to PPS Armed Guard, Initial Armed Guard. If they ask you about that military thing that's on there, I haven't seen anybody yet that's capable of applying for that. So just tell them to skip it. It was designed for, let's say you're in California and your spouse has an armed security license there, and all of a sudden the military says, hey, you need to go, you need to work at Fort Campbell now, and you need to be there in the morning, take your wife and kids and go. Well, your wife gets there and she's living in Clarksville now, and she wants to work as an armed guard. She could apply with that military exemption and basically use her valid license for 1 year while she learns where to get trained here to get her Tennessee license. That's what that was designed for. And I have not seen anybody meet that. Have you, Cody? Have you seen anything like that? I ain't seen one yet. And it's been going on for 2 years.
Bless you.
So that's what that's all about, for whatever that's worth. This is what they want to do. Click here, boom. And this right here is kind of my pet peeve about the whole thing. We should never have to issue a denial for a material misstatement. Why? It tells you right here. Any application that lacks the required information reflects failure to meet any requirements for registration will be denied. If you answer no and TBI said yes, you'll be denied for material misstatement. You got to complete a criminal history reporting form for every incident, each arrest or incident, list of charges, explanation, court disposition, final outcome, and we send out 50 a day because nobody pays any attention to this. Yes, sir.
So question on that. I taught unarmed yesterday.
Why she?
That up. That's true. The old applications, I mean, Frank, you might remember them. They used to say, did you get in the back of a police car? Were you handcuffed? Now, and then some people go to court, but they don't go to court because the DA and their attorneys making their deal out in the hallway. So they don't realize they have been going to court. It used to be really intense. So we just hoped the community got a little bit more intelligent. So we dropped off
Objection.
questions.
So anyway, my whole point is, y'all end up calling us and want to know, well, where is this application still in process? Why? It's been a month. Why? Well, because we've sent out 50 letters and 14 phone calls trying to get a hold of these people, and we can't get them, and they hadn't sent anything, and that all takes time. We spend enough time to work 5 applications on one like this. And then we have to wait for 30 days or 15 days. They don't send in their training. They don't send in their picture. They don't send in all kinds of stuff. So I'm just saying that right off the bat, this tells the person. Of course, I know what the answer is. They don't read it. They don't read what it says. So anyway, that's there. I get people call me and they'll say, well, I was in there and it messed up on me, and I went back in there and I picked the same old application again. It messed up on me. I'm like, start a new one. If there's something wrong with that one, it's got something corrupt in it, start a new one. Oh, you mean I can do that? Yeah. It says right here, start a new application, and it says it'll override any existing. Well, the application's not that long. So if you overwrite the whole thing, you've only lost 5 minutes. So if you're having trouble with it, if every day you get in your car and it won't start, buy a new battery. Or buy a new car, like Frank. So anyway, you can choose another application if you're having trouble with that one. Make sure you answer all the questions. Some of them it makes you answer the questions. This one right here, this first one here, it asked if you have gotten your electronic fingerprinting done. You can say yes and lie about it and move on, but if you say no, you hadn't done it yet, it'll stop you and it won't let you go any further. Well, you can answer all of these, but if you say no right here and go to next, it'll stop you. And it'll say that. If you answered no, it'll say you're unable to proceed because you have not met the minimum requirements. Now, in this case, it's thinking that you've messed up on that armed forces thing that nobody can apply for anyway. But really what happened here is you said, no, I don't have my fingerprints yet. Well, automatically, I can't work your file if you don't have your fingerprints. That's the first thing I do. Copy and paste your social security number and stick it in TAPS. And if you ain't in there, I'm done. I can't do anything else until I get that. So, if you're used to typing in your social with dashes, it'll call your attention to that. It just wants the number. These things are required, these things are not. But I'll tell you this, if I get an application and it's got something wrong with it and there's no phone, no email, you automatically get a DRF letter, says in 30 days we're going to close it. And if you don't ever get the letter, if I don't hear from you in 30 days, I'm going to send it to be closed. And then you're going to call and say, well, how come my application got closed? Well, how come you didn't send me your pictures and your training and your fingerprints? How come you didn't pay for it? Oh, you mean you got to pay for it? This is every field as you go through the process. And if you have a question, you can go through here. If I don't answer this question right here, have you taken 16 hours training? You got to answer yes or no. If you don't answer it, it won't. You get an error and it'll take you back and make you go back to it again. Here's the big one. And here's where I think that as a certified trainer, I've had some people argue with me that this is not y'all's job. Well, whose job is it? Who needs to tell somebody what an arrest is? I mean, some of y'all are contract security company. If you want them to work for you and you want them to get a registration, somebody needs to teach them something, because if they don't give us all their stuff, they're not going to get registered. I mean, I have people ask that all the time. Well, how come we can't get this person registered? I'll be honest with you. We do not take anybody's application and just pull it off and put it over to the side. So I'm not going to work that one. I'm just going to let them die on the vine. We don't do that. We can't work them. That's why we don't work them. We can't get the information. So then they say, well, no, I ain't never been arrested. And then I print I go in TAPS and they got 12 pages? I see that all the time. You ever been arrested? No. 12 pages. Well, somebody thinks differently. Here, you just have to answer these questions. I'm not sure what would happen if you said no, 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 but I tell everybody to put yes, yes, yes. You're just acknowledging the TBI's fingerprint policy. And I guess whether you agree with it or not is irrelevant. You got to just acknowledge that you understand that. And with this, we can give you a copy of your printout if you request it, if you sign this. Before, they wouldn't let us do that, but they do now. The applicant, not anybody else.
I've had people ask me, like, to go on their child's field trips, they've got to have a copy of one with the school to provide to the school for an adult to go on like a field trip with a school. They've asked me, hey, I got my fingerprints done. Can I get it? And I didn't know that. So,
Sometimes we tell them we got to have these documents. Well, they say, well, can you provide us with the dates? Well, we just print that out and give it to them, and then they have it. It's just like the PowerPoint presentation. I got a copy and you got a copy. So when you're talking to me about it, I know what you're talking about because I got the same thing. Well, that happens with them. They're like, well, I don't remember that. That was 36 years ago. I just worked. Had something happen 5, 6 years ago. It was dismissed. So
But he was still arrested.
he was. And it was on his record. So he got to deal with Diana. And here's another thing. These people want you all to call. If you call me and say, hey, I got a guard that's applied and he's got about a 30-page rap sheet and he wants to know what happened, can you tell me? I'm not allowed to tell you anything about that. It's not yours. So you need to get him to call me. Actually, don't call me. Call Diana or Cody. Because I don't know how. I'm not trained. That ain't my thing that they want me to do here. So I don't do criminal history stuff. But I mean, I can read the thing and I can count. I know it's 37 pages because it tells me that. But the point is, we can't talk to you as a certified trainer or even a contract security company owner. And you probably know they've got this rap sheet. They probably told you. I've been in a little trouble, about 37 pages worth, and you're desperate and you hire them anyway. If you want to talk about the criminal history, you'll have to let them talk to you about it. You won't get it from us. So just remember that. File attachments, we have a lot of trouble with this. People will swear up and down they've attached everything. And so what you have to do is you have to pick what you're going to, and for the armed, they're required, and I wish it had number 3 and they were required to put the training on there, but we don't have it that way. So basically they can apply with a picture and a fingerprint receipt and no training. And then when I get it, I can't work it until I get the training. I have to put an action step on it. I have to call. I have to figure out what's going to have to go look somewhere else. So anyway, when you pick whichever one of those files you're going to do, you've got to hit that attach button right there. When you do that, if it works successfully, it'll pop up right above here and it'll start making it'll populate a list of the attachments that you're putting on there. And you can view them to make sure you did the right thing. And then when you go, oh, that's a picture of the neighbor's cat. I didn't mean to put that on there. Then you can go to remove and put it back on there. Whatever's supposed to be right. But I have them tell me all the time, well, I attached all that. And the application summary will show that they didn't attach anything. More than likely, they didn't choose the file and then hit that attach button. It won't work any other way. Then you'll have, after you do all the attachments, it comes up with it's usually a couple of pages, so I just put part of the page. But you can go in and edit everything that you've put in there, your name, your address, whatever. If you made a mistake and said, oh, I was born 1/1 of 1999 or 2001, go back in and hit edit, and you go in there and make that change at that point. Down at the bottom, you'll notice that it'll show your file attachments, and they'll be listed right here. And if there's not anything listed there, I don't care how adamant you are about the fact that you attached them, you somehow didn't. Because if they're not listed, they didn't get attached. And then, and if you don't do any attachments, it won't let you go to the pay screen. So you hit submit. To attest that everything that you put in there is correct. I know a lot of certified trainers do this for the applicant, and sometimes the applicant is not even there. I've had them tell me, "Oh, they're not here. I'm just doing it for them." Well, are you also going to attest that everything you said that they said is correct? I wouldn't do that myself, but to each his own, I guess. When you submit, you're going to see this thing, and it's going to sit there, and you're going to wonder what it's doing, and I'm not sure what it's doing. It's processing, it says. Thinking about how much money it's going to try to. Then it comes up to the payment screen, and it tells you that it's $105. If we don't get $105, we can't process it.
Hey, Jeff?
Yes.
On that slide.
Put a note on 3. Right up here, I just forgot. Off of this, is it still on this snippet?
Let me look when I'm going to
Okay.
the other slides. I'll go back through on Monday and
Make a note on 336 to check on that too. But yes, we have, and that happened in 2000. That happened in 2000. The 5 years of residency and employment was taken off the application. Thank you, Lord, for that. We just didn't need that. And I really don't know what that was ever for unless it was background.
Yeah, we used it when we used to have to.
I kind of have a note to add, and this may not be relevant to you all, but on this same page with number 4 and number 5, those are items that we issue or that we enter in on our end once we receive your application or the applicant's information. So we have a lot of people that call in and say, well, there's things missing from my application. Those are irrelevant to them, because we're using that information from their application. So can we make a note that if that shows up, they can just disregard it?
I'll put that on that slide if you'll remind me
Okay.
to make a note about that. But she is correct. the profession-specific data, that's where we go in and put the TBI background stuff. And the missing invalid related license, that's where we put your certified trainer number and the date they were trained. That's what goes in that section. So that's part of what we do when we process. I don't know why CORE shows this to the applicant. I don't really think it should be showing that. Because it does make the applicant think, hey, I've got something wrong, and that's not the case. So I'll make a note on that slide, and you can tell the applicants, hey, if you see this, don't worry about it, everything's okay with it. And we'll check and see if it still shows residence and employment data. I think it does, Megan, because I had somebody, I think somebody told me that they had, that came up. And I said, well, don't worry about that because we'll take care of that in-house. Here's where, this is another spot sometimes people miss. You got to go up here and you got to click on this little, they call that a radio button. You got to click on that little button right there to acknowledge that you're going to pay $105. And then when you do that, you go down here and decide what you're going to pay with. And then you hit next. You pay it, and this part works real good. We've got it down pat how to bleed the money. It happens real quick. Then you hit submit, and it'll be that get to this part and it tells you to click next. It'll take you back to the quick start menu, and that's the end of it.
Now, what he's just explained to you was our online process. If these individuals send in paper applications, they go over here. The online gets processed very quick as we can, because it goes into this. The paper ones, it has to go through the mail, goes to the cashier's office. It comes upstairs a couple of days later. It gets, yeah, we get tons of paper applications.
Stop taking them.
I'm not allowed to say
Yank the trainer's
you
license.
cannot send in a paper application, because there are companies in distressed counties that some people just don't have the facility.
You did it with
They didn't have
fingerprints?
the internet to do it. Well, no, I didn't. The FBI did. The state of Tennessee did not say that. It was the FBI that says now you will have fingerprints and the TBI, and we will not accept hard cards.
I'm with him. If
Hold on.
they were able to get electronic fingerprints,
Yeah.
how could they not?
Because that's not how that
submit
works.
electronic?
I have an Identigo at my office. So
Well,
it's,
all we're telling you is there are still people that are doing it.
Paper
and
applications in.
You're preaching to the choir, and the choir can't seem to get past it. So
I'll give you what you wanted. Motion to adjourn.
now, let me say this. Let's pick our next meeting time.
Oh, yeah, what's our next thing?
And listen, while you're thinking about that, I went ahead and worked on a course of fire. Look over it. Blaze has got something. We're probably going to come up with. I mean, I definitely want to do what y'all want to do, but we got to
Be careful.
let me back up and re-say that. We want to do what's right. But anyway, be thinking about how we're going to do this course of fire. It's got to work for everybody across the state in every possible kind of circumstance. I don't know how we're going to second guess what everybody's capable of doing. I know that, I know some of you guys, I know what y'all do, I know how you train, I know where you train, I know what kind of facilities you use. But I also know that we got places that pushes up a little pile of dirt in the backyard, and that's where they do their training. So we got everything from state of the art to.
Here's dates that we're going to recommend.
All right, the recommended dates are in March 4th, 11th, or 18th. What works best for the group?
I'm good on the 4th or 11th.
All right, we got one vote for 4 or 11. Anybody else good for 4 and 11?
4.
4 and 11. I'm out of town the week after that.
4.
Four.
4.
4 sound better for everybody?
Okay, March 4th.
March 4th. We need let's have a motion.
You got
on
one
that.
right here. Motion.
Motion from Jack Bird.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
Hold on. Put the brakes on.
March 4th?
Correct.
He just say he was good on
He did
motion?
say he was good.
4:11, I was good.
Well, if we're only missing one trainer, we can't have, you know.
4:11.
So.
Okay, now
So yeah,
let's-
I got a motion for.
A second.
Hey, look at that. He seconded the motion. Frank the objector.
March the
Oh,
4th. March 4th, 2022.
3, 4.
okay, so on March the 4th, we have a motion by Jack Bird and second by Frankie Lax here.
Frank.
Damn! Oh, no! I usually write the last name. I didn't this time. Gaddis, I'm sorry.
Do you want a motion to adjourn?
Wait a minute, can only do one motion at a time. All right. So all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right. So our next meeting date is going to be March the 4th. It's on a Friday. All right. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
You do.
Second
I
that
motion.
And Brown has seconded it. All right. We have a motion to adjourn. What time is it?
It is
301.
301.
Okay. We have a motion to adjourn at 3:01. And we have a second by Mr. Brown. All in favor, say aye.
In favor, aye.
All opposed?
Thank you, each one of you, for your contribution.